Chapter 2162. As waves of vast and majestic aura swept out from Duan Ling Tian's body, his opened eyes were also as bright as two small scorching suns, dazzling and eye-catching. Nobody dared to look at Duan Ling Tian's eyes at this moment. Otherwise, they would be blinded by the light. Ha 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 ha! When the light in Duan Ling Tian's eyes gradually dimmed, he could not help but laugh heartily. His laughter was filled with unbridled arrogance. At this moment, it was as though all the frustrations in his heart had been swept away, and all of this was because of the cultivation he had now. The sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage was also known as the Heavenly Soul Form. When one's cultivation base had broken through to this stage, one's soul would reach the unity of heaven and man. This was the foundation of the seventh form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the Heaven-Defined Form. The reason a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial Stage could live forever was because one's soul had reached the unity of heaven and man when one was at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage. When my cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial Stage, I should be able to tear open the space barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword. Now that my cultivation base is at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage, I should be able to tear open the space barrier even without the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he rose to his feet and descended from the sky. I wonder how long I've been in closed-door cultivation. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he went to look for Huolao. Not bad. You've broken through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The soul of a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage in this mundane realm has reached the unity of heaven and man. If you use your innate ability to attack the soul, I don't think anyone below the seventh form of the Saint Celestial Stage would be able to withstand your attack. This was the first thing Huolao said to Duan Ling Tian when he saw him again. The soul-attacking innate ability referred to the soul-attacking technique that Duan Ling Tian had created by combining his spiritual power and the strange pupil after his transformation. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had mostly used this technique to harass his opponents and distract them. And now, after hearing Huolao's words, Duan Ling Tian also realized, now that his cultivation base had broken through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the Heavenly Soul Form, his innate ability would be even more terrifying if he cast it again. Huolao, this time, how long did I spend in seclusion? Right now. This was what Duan Ling Tian cared about the most. He wanted to know how long he had been in seclusion this time. After all, if he had been in seclusion for a long time, the leader of Zoroastrianism might have already come out of seclusion. Once the sect leader of Zoroastrianism came out of seclusion, Kerr and her mother would definitely be in danger. That was not what he wanted to see. 3 years, Huolao replied as though he could hear the urgency in Duan Ling Tian's voice. 3 years. Upon hearing Huolao's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave immediately. It's been so long. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that the 3 years Huolao had spoken of was the time in the outside world. 3 years in the outside world was equivalent to 30 years in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's been 3 years. I wonder if the sect leader of Zoroastrianism has come out of seclusion? Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave when he thought of this. I hope he hasn't come out of seclusion yet. After all, it's not unusual for a powerhouse with his cultivation base to go into seclusion for 8 to 10 years. Although this was what Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, he was still anxious. Currently, all he wanted to do was to hurry to the sect of Zoroastrianism and rescue Kerr and their daughter. Then he would think of a way to return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. 3 years had passed. The lower province should have been completely occupied by the devil clans, right? His family and his friends were still in the lower district. Huolao, I have to leave this place now. Can you remind me to avoid those killing formations? Duan Lingtian said to Hualao. Without waiting for Hualao's reply, he left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought and appeared in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he reappeared in the pseudo-realm after 3 years. The 3 devils who have ascended a long time ago actually left behind a pseudo-realm and killed so many powerhouses in the Saint Province realm. Now that we humans have lost those powerhouses, we'll definitely suffer a great loss when facing the devils. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. After leaving this place, I'll make a trip to Sin City before returning to Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. What he wanted to do the most now was to return to Zoroastrianism and rescue Kerr and their daughter. However, when he thought about how the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were still unaware that the devil clans had arrived in the Saint Province realm, he could not help but feel anxious. Previously, there were rumors that the devil clans would return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and invade the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, most of the people in the upper province were only nervous in the beginning. In the end, they didn't think much of it. However, I'm certain the devil clans have already arrived in the Saint Province realm, and their first stop is the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. I must let everyone in the upper province know about this. As for the deaths of the group of powerhouses who entered this pseudo-realm 3 years ago, I'm sure everyone in the upper province has already heard about it. However, they might not know that the culprits behind all of this are 3 eminent celestials from the devil clan. For this reason, Duan Lingtian planned to go to Sin City to reveal the truth before returning to Zoroastrianism. Everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had the right to know the truth. Let's go. Hua Lao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding Duan Lingtian to head to the spatial barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province. Duan Lingtian nodded. After putting the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda away, he began to make his move. 3 years ago, there were many powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who died here. There must be many valuable cultivation resources in their spatial rings. It's a pity their spatial rings were destroyed by the power of the killing formations, causing the cultivation resources to disappear as well. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about this. Since the spatial rings were destroyed, it was only natural that the items inside were destroyed as well. Under Hua Lao's guidance, Duan Lingtian avoided one killing formation after another and finally arrived at the spatial barrier that led to the upper province. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something and exclaimed in surprise. As it turned out, when Duan Lingtian arrived at the spatial barrier, he discovered many dried bloodstains on the ground. Based on how dried the bloodstains were, it was obvious they were left behind a few years ago. It seems like someone came to investigate after the powerhouses were killed. I'm afraid they're all dead. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought about this. I hope there aren't many people who came to investigate. Otherwise, the Saint Province realm will lose another batch of powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Duan Lingtian knew very well. Those who were capable of tearing open the spatial barrier and coming here from the upper province were at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was certain the dried bloodstains belonged to powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that there were 2 people from the upper province realm who came to the upper province realm. Although 2 people from the upper province had entered the Saint Province realm, they did not die. They had only paid a hefty price. If Duan Lingtian knew about this, he would not have sighed. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword that he had obtained from the Ground Axe Alliance when he first arrived in Sin City. Break! At the same time, the Sun Saint origin in Duan Lingtian's body surged out like a raging dragon into the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword in his hand. Swoosh! The 1,000 inscriptions saint sword that contained the profundity of the third stage of the sovereign heart sword flew out and slashed at the void in front of him. All of a sudden rip, along with a tearing sound. A crack appeared in the void in front of him. It was a very small crack, less than a foot wide. Now that my cultivation base has broken through to the 6th form of the saint celestial stage, the sun saint origin in my body is much stronger than ordinary powerhouses at the 6th form of the saint celestial stage. However, it's still lacking compared to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the saint celestial stage. It was easy for Duan Ling Tian to notice this when he swung his sword earlier. This verified Hua Lao's words. As the power of the sun fused into his body and mixed with the power in his body, the advantage would become smaller and smaller as time went on. When he passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the Devata realm, the sun force would be much stronger than before. Even if his energy had been fused with the sun force, he would no longer have an advantage over those with the same cultivation base. At that time, the sun force would only give him some of the characteristics of the sun flame. It seems like if I don't cast the elementary devouring tactic or use the Jasper celestial sword, I won't be able to tear open the space barrier and return to the upper province. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, elementary devouring tactic. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, he immediately cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared and merged with Duan Ling Tian's body. It greedily devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in its surroundings. It looked like a bottomless pit. However, it was not a bottomless pit. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's sun saint origin was raised to its limit. Break. Chapter 2163. Swoosh. The 1,000 inscriptions saint sword that contained Duan Ling Tian's sun saint origin that had been raised to its limit flew out under the sword-wielding art that was compatible with the third stage of the supreme sword Tao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. Rip. Another ripping sound rang in the air. The tear in the void that had yet to close up suddenly expanded from less than a foot long to more than 10 feet long. It was the same sword, but due to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic Duan Ling Tian had cast, its destructive power had increased to a whole new level. It's time for me to leave. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian flew into the tear in the void and disappeared into the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. After entering the tear in the void, Duan Ling Tian only saw darkness in front of him for a moment before he saw light again. When he saw light again, Duan Ling Tian saw a familiar scene. 3 years ago, Duan Ling Tian had entered the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent celestials through the tear in the void in this place. I'm out. I'm finally out. Although Duan Ling Tian was mentally prepared, he still felt as though he had been given a new lease of life when he came out. He could not help but laugh out loud. His laughter was unbridled and carefree. Although only 3 years had passed in the outside world, he had been cultivating day and night in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda for 30 years. He had used these 30 years of cultivation in exchange for his current cultivation base. From now on, I, Duan Ling Tian, no longer have to hide my identity in the Tao Martial Saint Land. I'm Duan Ling Tian. I'll never change my name. Without warning, Duan Ling Tian removed the loose black robe he was wearing and put on a long purple robe. Moreover, his face had also reverted to its original appearance. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome and elegant. This was Duan Ling Tian's true appearance. Currently, his cultivation base had broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian was confident he would not be afraid as long as he did not encounter someone at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, how many people had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land? Sin City. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes flashed as he looked towards the south. It was the direction of Sin City. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved as though he had transformed into a gust of wind as he flew toward Sin City. After 3 years, Duan Lingtian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he had returned to Sin City. Duan Lingtian had only left Sin City for 3 years in the outside world. However, in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian had left Sin City for 30 years. The world had changed in 30 years. It was no wonder Duan Lingtian felt this way. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he dared to enter Sin City with his true appearance. Along the way, Duan Lingtian's face was naturally the center of attention. This person. He looks familiar. Yes, I think I've seen him somewhere before. However, I can't recall where. I think he looks familiar as well. Duan Lingtian heard similar comments as he walked. Many people said he looked familiar, but they could not recall where they had seen him. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. These people felt that he looked familiar because they had seen his portrait before. 3.5 years ago, after he had killed Elder Xiezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, he had completely enraged the Golden Lion King, Xiekong Sen, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Xiekong Sen had been looking for him everywhere and had even distributed his portrait. Not only had he issued a bounty for him, but he had even spread the news that he had obtained 2 Super Saint weapons. If it was 3 years ago, he would not have been able to enter Sin City with his true appearance. Even if he had disguised himself, as long as he did not wear a loose robe that concealed his figure, he would have been recognized immediately. At that time, he had witnessed the madness of the sectless cultivators in Sin City. Whoosh! After entering Sin City, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air and shot up into the sky like a rocket. In just a blink of an eye, he was above the central area of Sin City. I remember now. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian leaped into the air, the sectless cultivator who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's appearance finally remembered where he had seen this face before. He's Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. He's the one who obtained 2 Super Saint weapons. He's the one who killed Xiezong, the son of the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. When the sectless cultivator recognized Duan Lingtian, he could not help but exclaim loudly, "Duan Lingtian! I remember now. He's Duan Lingtian. I still have his portrait in my hand. It's him. It's him. His appearance and build are the same. Duan Lingtian is here. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This Duan Lingtian is bold enough to show himself in front of us? 3 years ago, this Duan Lingtian went missing. We sectless cultivators turned Sin City upside down, but we couldn't find him. Now he's here on his own accord? Perhaps he thinks that after 3 years we have already forgotten about him." After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, many sectless cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Some sectless cultivators even stared at Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air. Greed could be seen in their eyes. At this moment, they really wanted to capture Duan Lingtian and send him to the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism in exchange for the reward they had been dreaming of. However, for the time being, no one was willing to be the one to take the lead. "Good day, everyone in Sin City. I'm Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian said calmly as he hovered in the air above the center of Sin City. Although his voice was not loud, it was filled with Sun Saint origin, so it entered the ears of most people in Sin City. For a moment, the entire Sin City was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian? This name sounds familiar. How can it not be? Duan Lingtian is the prodigious disciple of the Zoroastrianism. He is also the person who was hunted down by the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism 3 years ago. In order to find him, the Golden Lion King has increased the reward time and time again. Now the bounty is even scarier. It's him. Could it be the same person? Why do I feel like it's not the same person? If it's that Duan Lingtian, let alone being so high profile, I'm afraid he wouldn't even dare to show himself in Sin City, right? Won't we know if it's the same person if we go over and take a look? The voice seems to be coming from the center of the city. Let's go over. Similar voices could be heard all over the city of Sin. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, many figures flew out from various parts of Sin City. However, they only had one goal in mind. They were heading to the center of Sin City. It's really that Duan Lingtian. He looks exactly the same as the portrait. Even his body shape is exactly the same. Isn't he a little too bold? How dare he show himself in Sin City so openly? Isn't he afraid of death? Is he crazy? It's possible. In the past 3 years, he must have lived like a rat under the pursuit of the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Maybe that's why he's crazy. More and more people gathered in the central area of the city of Sin. When their gazes landed on the purple figure in the sky, they immediately recognized him. It was the person who was wanted by the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Siekongsen. He was the prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. Ha! Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter rang in the air. It was getting closer and clearer. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. What a waste of effort. Since you've come knocking on my door, why don't you follow me to the Zhuangzi Buddhism and meet the Golden Lion King? The Golden Lion King wants to meet you even in his dreams. A burly middle-aged man with a stocky build appeared as he laughed. His body seemed to be burning with flames as he flew from afar. From afar, he looked like a fireball as he flew toward Duan Lingtian. That's Kong Zhen. As the burly middle-aged man approached Duan Lingtian, many sectless cultivators recognized him and cried out in surprise. Kong Zhen? The person who's ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking? A powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Some of the sectless cultivators regained their senses. They vaguely remembered where they had heard Kong Zhen's name. That's him. Kong Zhen, the powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who's ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. One of the sectless cultivators who had cried out earlier said confidently, I didn't expect him to beat us to it. One of the sectless cultivators could not help but sigh when he saw Kong Zhen was getting closer to Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian, the prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism, is quite talented, it has only been 3 years. Coupled with the fact that the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism is hunting him down, I don't think he's made much progress. 3 years ago, he was thousands of miles away from Lord Kong Zhen. It's been 3 years since then, let alone the fact that he's being chased by the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King. Even if he could, it's impossible for him to catch up to Lord Kong Zhen. I agree. Lord Kong Zhen is a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. Chapter 2164. When Kong Zhen appeared, many sectless cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Based on their words, they all agreed that Duan Lingtian would be captured by Kong Zhen and sent to Siekongsen, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. After all, even a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be tempted by Siekongsen, the Golden Lion King's bounty. It's a pity the 2 super saint weapons on him were taken away by the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Otherwise, Kong Zhen wouldn't have just obtained the bounty from the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He would have obtained 2 super saint weapons instead. You're overthinking it. If Duan Lingtian had 2 super saint weapons, do you think Kong Zhen would have a chance to kill him? That's right. Although Sin City has lost many powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above 3 years ago, we still have 1 or 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. If Duan Lingtian had a super saint weapon, they would have killed him a long time ago. At the same time, many sectless cultivators sighed. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard their words. When did the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism take away my super saint weapon? Where did you get this news from? For this reason, Duan Ling Tian intentionally glanced into his spatial ring and noticed the Devil Seal tablet was still lying there quietly. This made him even more puzzled. Who was the one who spread the news? Moreover, based on the sectless cultivator's words, it seemed like they believed the news. Duan Lingtian had heard of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He knew the Supreme Elder was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking, second only to Niawu Tian, the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint land. However, Duan Lingtian had never seen the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism before. How could the Supreme Elder have taken away his super saint weapon? Strange! How strange! These words were enough to express Duan Lingtian's feelings at this moment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism's Supreme Elder of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. 6 months ago, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism had claimed that he had taken 2 Super Saint Duan Lingtian. He said that when Duan Lingtian had hidden the 2 Super Saint weapons somewhere, he had offered to spare Duan Lingtian's life to force Duan Lingtian to hand the 2 Super Saint weapons over to him. The Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Sect's Supreme Elder of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi, Duan Ling Sect. The Supreme Elder to Duan Zhuangzi was the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi. The Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian's peoples to Duan Tian's. Him Zhen was the Lingtian Kong Duan Lingtian. However, because the news spread like wildfire, many people still believed it. Of course, there were more people who were skeptical. That was until the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Siakong Sun, stepped forward and announced that he would reduce the bounty on Duan Lingtian. Only then were the remaining people convinced. In the past, the Golden Lion King had increased the bounty again and again, but no one was willing to help. At that time, Duan Lingtian had 2 super holy weapons in his possession. Even if the Golden Lion King offered a bounty, could it be more attractive than 2 super holy weapons? No one bothered with him at all. When Siakong Sun, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, found out that Duan Lingtian had lost the 2 super saint weapons, he seemed to have lost his patience and increased the bounty on Duan Lingtian again. Therefore, no matter who it was, as long as they were targeting Duan Lingtian, they were no longer aiming for the super saint weapon. Instead, they were aiming for the reward Siakong Sun had promised them. After all, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian no longer had any super saint weapons in his possession. Most people did not expect this. The Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism claimed that he had snatched the 2 super saint weapons from Duan Lingtian because he did not want others to beat him to it. He wanted to keep the 2 super saint weapons for himself. He was very smart. He asked the Golden Lion King, Siakong Sun, to cooperate and reduce the bounty on Duan Lingtian. That way, the others would think that Siakong Sun had confirmed that the 2 super saint weapons were in the hands of the Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. That was why he had reduced the bounty at that time. In truth, this was just a facade deliberately created to make people believe the Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism statement. Stop right there. When Kong Zhen was only a few tens of meters away from Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian looked at him with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning as he shouted out coldly. Duan Lingtian's cold shout was extremely sudden, and even Kong Zhen was shocked to the point of being stunned, and then he unconsciously stopped moving. If you dare to take another step forward, you'll die. Before Kong Zhen could regain his senses, Duan Lingtian had already opened his mouth and shouted coldly again. His voice was cold, but there was no room for doubt in his tone. His words were extremely domineering. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. Even Kong Zhen was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's overbearing words before he regained his senses. Heavens! Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? How dare he provoke Lord Kong Zhen? In my opinion, he's trying to provoke Lord Kong Zhen so that Lord Kong Zhen will kill him. That way, He won't have to face the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism anymore. I think so too. After all, if he faces the Golden Lion King won't let him die so easily. He'll most likely torture him before he dies. After all, Xiezong, who he killed, is the only son of the Golden Lion King. Many of the sectless cultivators regained their senses. Some of them looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. Some of them thought Duan Lingtian was seeking his own death. However, was Duan Lingtian really seeking his own death? Humph! A cold grunt sounded out abruptly. It was Kong Zhen that had recovered from his shock, and the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian was slightly ghastly. Duan Lingtian, if you want to die, then I won't allow you to. I'll use you to exchange for the reward offered by the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Then, I'll give the Golden Lion King a condition. The condition is that I'll personally witness you being tortured to death. When Kong Zhen reached the end of his sentence, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian changed. It was as though he was looking at a dead man. In Kong Zhen's eyes, Duan Lingtian was indeed no different from a dead man. This was because the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism would never let Duan Lingtian go. I'll repeat this one last time. If you dare to take half a step closer to me, you'll die. Duan Lingtian added impatiently when he saw Kong Zhen's robe fluttering as he charged toward Duan Lingtian again. His tone was even colder now. Die. I'd like to see what makes you think you're qualified to say that to me. This time, Kong Zhen was not stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. After he sneered, the saint origin on his body surged like flames. His robe swelled up and fluttered loudly. In the next moment, his body moved as he continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian. He only had one objective. He wanted to capture Duan Lingtian and send him to the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Siekong-sen, to claim the reward. You're seeking death. When Duan Lingtian saw how stubborn Kong Zhen was, his left eye, strange pupil, flashed. Whoosh! A soul attack in the form of a divine dragon shot out toward Kong Zhen at a ridiculously fast speed. Oh no! When Duan Lingtian's soul attack shot out, Kong Zhen, who had just made his move, seemed to have noticed something. His expression changed abruptly. However, this was destined to be the last expression he would show in his life. This was because the moment he reacted, the soul attack in the form of a divine dragon had already entered his body. It did not leave any wounds on his body as it continued to move toward his soul. Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When he had broken through from the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, not only had his saint origin improved, but his soul had also improved as well. The 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Heavenly Soul form. When one's cultivation base had broken through to this stage, one's soul would undergo another transformation and reach the Heaven-Man Unity stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's soul was much stronger than Kong Zhen's soul when his cultivation base was only at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian's soul was still intact. Duan Lingtian's soul attack easily destroyed Kong Zhen's soul and killed him. Whoosh! Under the shocked gazes of the sectless cultivators, Kong Zhen, who was flying toward Duan Lingtian, seemed to have lost a sense of direction. After flying for a distance, he fell from the sky in a parabola. Bang! A loud sound rang in the air as Kong Zhen was smashed into a pile of meat under everyone's watchful eyes. This scene continuously shocked the eyes of the group of independent cultivators, causing their expressions to change. Some of them with a higher cultivation base looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. How's it possible for Duan Lingtian to be so strong? That's Kong Zhen, a cultivator at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. He didn't even make a move, but Kong Zhen fell from the sky as though he had lost control and was smashed into a pile of meat. He didn't make a move? Didn't you notice the fleeting soul aura earlier? Duan Lingtian used a soul attack. Soul attack? That's impossible. I've never heard of Duan Lingtian using a soul attack. Some of the sectless cultivators were certain that Duan Lingtian had something to do with Kong Jin's death. Some of them were certain that Kong Jin's death was an accident and had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the crowd of sectless cultivators was divided into two camps. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to the sectless cultivators. He pricked his finger, and a drop of blood flowed out from his finger before it rose into the air. Is Duan Lingtian trying to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Some of the sectless cultivators quickly noticed Duan Lingtian's action. All of their attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian also swore on the lightning penalty oath. Today, I, Duan Lingtian, swear that if I'm lying, I'm willing to be struck to death by the lightning penalty. Chapter 2165. Duan Lingtian had not gotten to the point. However, the sectless cultivators present on the scene could not help but hold their breaths when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. At this moment, all of their attention was on Duan Lingtian. Most of them could not help but feel puzzled. What's Duan Lingtian trying to say? He's actually willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove it. Is he trying to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he doesn't have any super saint weapons? There's no need to prove it, right? After all, Supreme Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism has already proven it. Even so, there must be some people who are skeptical. If Duan Lingtian swears on the lightning penalty oath, it'll be a completely different story. Many sectless cultivators speculated. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian said, 3 years ago in the north of Sin City, the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by eminent celestials killed many powerhouses. The culprits were the 3 eminent celestials who left behind the treasure vault. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the sectless cultivators present on the scene did not react at all. After all, this was something that everyone knew about. Why did Duan Lingtian bring this up? Does he need to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove it? I'm afraid there's no one in the upper province who doesn't know about this, right? Many sectless cultivators frowned. The 3 eminent celestials were powerhouses from the devil clans who were left behind in the Tao Martial Saint land during the human devil era. In order to survive, they hid in the mortal continent and spent a long time improving their cultivation base. Duan Lingtian continued to speak. When the sectless cultivators heard Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on them. They could no longer maintain their composure. Devil clans? The 3 eminent celestials who left behind the treasure vault are actually from the devil clans? Really? Duan Lingtian already swore on the lightning penalty oath. Seeing how he didn't attract the lightning penalty after saying that, it's enough to prove that he's telling the truth. Oh my God! I really didn't expect that the trap was actually left behind by a devil expert. Previously, many people, including me, were puzzled. What kind of expert would be bored enough to open up an independent space to kill later generations? If it was the devil clan, then it would be explainable. Since Duan Lingtian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, the group of sectless cultivators did not doubt his words. Moreover, what Duan Lingtian said was also true. This solved many people's doubts. When the Tao Martial Saint land was divided into 2, the upper province and the lower province, they set up a formation in each of the upper province and the lower province. The formation in the lower province will automatically activate when the devil clans from the land of exile descend again. After the formation in the lower province is activated, the formation in the upper province will be activated as well. The activation of the formation in the upper province will open up the entrance to the independent space that they created in the upper province and lure human powerhouses into it. Duan Lingtian continued to say, those whose cultivation base is below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage will be eliminated after they enter the inner realm. In fact, they're considered lucky. They're lucky because almost all of them died. Duan Lingtian's tone was heavy when he spoke, although those dead human powerhouses had nothing to do with him. From a human's point of view, he felt sad for their deaths. So that's how it is. Then, does this mean the devil clans have returned to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Horror dawned on the group of devil cultivators when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. They looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were waiting for his confirmation. That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly. The devil clans from the land of exile have indeed invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, they entered the lower province 3 years ago. I'm 100% certain of this. If there's any falsehood in my words, the lightning penalty, oath I left behind earlier, is still valid. Duan Lingtian's voice was heavy when he spoke. Since Duan Lingtian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, the group of sectless cultivators present on the scene did not doubt his words at all. For this reason, they began to panic. The devil clans had really returned. In the past, due to the fact that the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province could no longer transport people to the lower province, many people had speculated that the devil clans had invaded the lower province because there was a gap in the spatial barrier between the Dao Martial Saint Land and the land of exile. However, that was mostly just a guess. Most people in the upper province only panicked for a moment before they cast this matter to the back of their minds. However, today there was someone who swore on the lightning penalty oath that the devil clans had invaded the lower province. Moreover, the lightning penalty oath did not punish him with lightning to kill him. This was enough to prove that the devil clans were not lying. This person was not lying. The devil clans have actually returned. Damn it. Doesn't that mean that the second human devil era is coming to the world? Those 3 eminent celestials were restless before they ascended to the upper province. They even left behind a trap that killed so many of our powerhouses. If the devil clans invade the upper province, I'm afraid we won't be able to contend with them since we've lost so many powerhouses. It has been 3 years since the devil clans invaded the lower province. They must be waiting for an opportunity to invade the upper province. Or perhaps they're planning to attack the upper province after they've completely occupied the lower province. I'm afraid it won't be long before the devil clans invade the upper province. The sectless cultivators began to panic when they heard Duan Lingtian's explanation. Duan Lingtian, how do you know so much about this? One of the sectless cultivators asked loudly. His voice was loud enough to drown out the commotion. The sectless cultivators fell silent and looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. That was right. How did Duan Lingtian know so much about this? Since they had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, they did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. However, they were curious about how Duan Lingtian knew about this. How do I know so much about this? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "It's because I entered the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils 3 years ago. I'm the only one who survived after those powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage were eliminated." Whoosh! The crowd burst into an uproar when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, most of the sectless cultivators were still skeptical. Based on what you're saying, you also entered the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils 3 years ago. Moreover, you managed to pass the initial test and stayed? What a joke! As far as I know, those powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage were eliminated. Are you trying to say you were already at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher 3 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, your strength was only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? The sectless cultivators questioned Duan Lingtian. I can understand your doubts. However, if I were to tell you about my other identity, perhaps all of you would no longer doubt me. Duan Lingtian said. Identity? What identity? Many sectless cultivators frowned. They did not understand what Duan Lingtian meant. Swoosh! While the Seckless cultivators were still frowning, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a long black robe to cover his entire body. This long black robe was the same one he wore when he appeared in public as the black-robed man. Duan Lingtian's face and body were covered by the black robe. The black-robed man. The Seckless cultivators were dumbfounded. Was Duan Lingtian not the same as the black-robed man who became famous in Sin City 3 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, the black-robed man appeared after Duan Lingtian killed Xiazong, the son of the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Does this mean the black-robed man is Duan Lingtian? If that's the case, doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian hasn't left Sin City all this while? He just changed his identity, an identity that no one would have thought of. I can't believe Duan Lingtian is the black-robed man. This world is too small. It's too surreal. The Seckless cultivators present on the scene sighed when they saw Duan Lingtian's disguise. Not many people suspected Duan Lingtian's identity as the black-robed man. If Duan Lingtian was the black-robed man, no one would recognize him after he entered the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. As far as they knew, the black-robed man had indeed entered the trap and was not eliminated. Duan Lingtian, since you're the black-robed man and didn't die in that place, why didn't you come out earlier and tell us about the devil clans invading the Dao Martial Saint Land? That's right. Don't you know that if you told us earlier, we would have been able to guard against the invasion earlier? Duan Lingtian, you're being unkind. Many Seckless cultivators criticized Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian would be a sinner if the devil clans annihilated the human race. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted. How do you know I didn't come out today? You only came out today. Many people were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Impossible. The Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism announced that he took 2 Super Saint weapons from you a year ago. It's impossible for you to stay in that place until today. Chapter 2166. A year ago, you took away the 2 Super Saint weapons in my hands? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he saw the Seckless cultivators looking at him. As the person in question, how come I didn't know about it? In addition, I've already sworn on the lightning penalty oath earlier. If what I say now is false, the lightning penalty oath will definitely come true, and the lightning penalty will be imposed on me. Do you think I'm being punished by the lightning penalty? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. He was disappointed by the intellect of the Seckless cultivators in front of him. How could they believe what they said? How ridiculous! Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the significance of a powerhouse at the 9th form of a Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, he would not have thought so. In the eyes of ordinary people, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was invincible. They were like gods. How many people would think a powerhouse at that level would make such a statement in order to obtain the Super Saint weapons? When the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism first made the statement, many people were skeptical. However, these people still believed him. Moreover, with the cooperation of the Golden Lion King, Siekong Sun, from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the doubts in their hearts were dispelled. The Seckless cultivators fell silent when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. After a while, one of the Seckless cultivators looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze and asked, "Does this mean you still have the 2 Super Saint weapons?" Duan Lingtian could sense the greed in the eyes of the Seckless cultivators as they looked at him. Duan Lingtian knew very well. If it was not for Kong Zhen's example, many Seckless cultivators would have already attacked him and snatched the Super Saint weapon in his hands. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard the Seckless cultivator's question. No. The Seckless cultivator was stunned. Didn't you say you've been staying in the independent space created by the 3 eminent devils for the past 3 years? If that's the case, Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism wouldn't have snatched your Super Saint weapons. Just now, you also admitted to this point? Why are you saying it's not with you now? The Seckless cultivator was confused. The other Seckless cultivators were confused as well. I said, I don't have the 2 Super Saint weapons. I only have 1 Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. I've never seen the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. Duan Ling Tian, Siakongsen, the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Siakongsen, the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Siakongsen from the Zhuangzi clan. Siakongsen. Duan Eminent at the end ends. Due to the restriction of the lightning penalty oath, the people in the surroundings did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words at all. I remember 3 years ago, Siakongsen, the Golden Lion King, said Duan Ling Tian's sword was suspected to be the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword, but he wasn't 100% certain. One of the Seckless cultivators recalled. That seems to be the case. Many Seckless cultivators nodded in agreement. Maybe it's the Super Saint weapon, the 9-Cloud Sword. Some of the Seckless cultivators said as they looked at Duan Ling Tian eagerly. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was a peerless treasure. I don't have the Super Saint weapon, the 9-Cloud Sword, either. However, Duan Ling Tian's words mercilessly refuted their speculation. At this moment, all of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian. A furious roar that sounded like a lion's roar resonated in the distance. As soon as the voice left his mouth, a tall figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. Based on this, one could see that this person was extremely fast. The speed of this person was so fast that it was beyond the reach of ordinary people. It was an old man with a height of 2 meters. Not only was he tall, but he was also muscular. From afar, he looked like a human-shaped beast. The old man had white hair that stood on end. His face was covered with a white curly beard. Coupled with his large head, he looked like a gigantic lion's head. Apart from that, under the old man's thick eyebrows were a pair of eyes that were as large as gongs. When he glared, he looked like an angry Vajra. When the old man appeared, a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It seemed as though the air around him had turned stagnant. Golden Lion King. It's the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Some of the Seckless cultivators could not help but exclaim when they recognized the old man. I didn't expect the Golden Lion King to come so quickly. It seems like he's well informed. This means there are a lot of Zhuangzi Buddhism's eyes and ears in Sin City. When he learned that Duan Ling Tian has appeared in Sin City, he must have dropped everything and rushed over. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. It's a good opportunity to avenge his son. I'm afraid Duan Ling Tian is in grave danger today. As the Seckless cultivators discussed among themselves, they could not help but look at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. It was as though they were certain Duan Ling Tian would die in the hands of the Golden Lion King. At this moment, it seemed as though they had completely forgotten about it. Duan Ling Tian had only escaped from the independent realm left behind by the 3 eminent celestials today. In order to return to the upper province from the independent realm, one had to tear open the space barrier. One had to be at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage to tear open the space barrier between the independent realm and the upper province. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to appear in such a manner. The old man, who looked like a lion, stopped in his tracks and looked at Duan Ling Tian. I don't care why you appeared in such a manner. You'll definitely die today. Since Duan Ling Tian was not in disguise, the Golden Lion King recognized him with just a glance. Saint Origin surged out of the Golden Lion King's body as soon as he recognized Duan Ling Tian. It was a terrifying and oppressive aura that caused many Seckless cultivators with a weaker cultivation base to retreat. You're the Golden Lion King, Siakongsen? When the Golden Lion King looked at Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian was also looking at the Golden Lion King. This was his first time meeting the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. In the past, he had only met the Green Bat King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zonza Buddhism. However, the Greenback King had died in the pseudo-realm left behind by the three eminent celestials. Roar! However, the Golden Lion King only responded to Duan Ling Tian with a low roar. One could vaguely hear the extreme anger contained in this low roar. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, vast and majestic Saint Origin gushed out of the Golden Lion King's body, causing him to look as though he had turned into a blazing sun, dazzling and dazzling. The Golden Lion King is going to make his move. Many people were shocked when they saw this. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as the Golden Lion King's figure shot toward Duan Ling Tian at an exaggerated speed. It was as though he had borrowed the force of the explosion to propel himself forward. He disappeared. In the eyes of many sectless cultivators, it seemed as though the Golden Lion King had vanished into thin air. Naturally, the Golden Lion King did not disappear. His speed was so fast that the sectless cultivators with a weaker cultivation base could not capture his movements. In the eyes of some sectless cultivators with a higher cultivation base, the Golden Lion King was like a ghost. Even if they tried their best to widen their eyes, they could only catch a fleeting afterimage. Fast! He's too fast! As expected of the Golden Lion King, who's ranked third among the four great Karmapa of Zonza Buddhism and ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Siakong Sen, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was a famous powerhouse in the Tao martial saint land. However, today he had made a move against Duan Ling Tian, a prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism. It could be said that he was bullying the weak. The group of sectless cultivators present on the scene also thought that Siakong Sen was doomed. There was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian would die today when he faced Siakong Sen. However, would the truth be as they thought? The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. His strength is indeed not bad. The sectless cultivators could only see afterimages of the Golden Lion King. However, Duan Ling Tian was able to see everything the Golden Lion King did. His every move was clearly seen by Duan Ling Tian. Elementary devouring tactic. Before the Golden Lion King made his move, Duan Ling Tian had already accumulated his Sun Saint energy. As soon as the Golden Lion King made his move, Duan Ling Tian cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared and merged with Duan Ling Tian's body. It emitted a terrifying suction force that seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged and surged into Duan Ling Tian's body at an alarming speed. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint energy rose to its limit. It was stronger than most powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, and was second only to powerhouses at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Boom! As soon as Duan Ling Tian cast his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Siakong Sen cast his assist-type divine ability as well. In just a blink of an eye, the Saint Origin in his body rose to another level. It was comparable to a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. In just a blink of an eye, Siakong Sen's strength was no weaker than Duan Ling Tian. He was on par with Duan Ling Tian. As expected of the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zonza Buddhism, your assist-type divine ability is not weak. However, if this is all you've got, I'm afraid you won't be able to avenge your son today. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as the Golden Lion King charged toward him like a phantom. Chapter 2167. Shameless Boasting. When Siakong Sen, the Golden Lion King, heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he could not help but laugh out of anger. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Siakong Sen was the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. His cultivation base had long since broken through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage. He could be considered one of the strongest powerhouses at the 7th form of the saint celestial stage in the Tao martial saint land. This could be seen from his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking. He, Xie Kongsen, was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Most of the people who were ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking had a similar cultivation base as him, but there were only a few people who were ranked higher than him. However, a young brat dared to boast shamelessly and did not take him seriously. How could he not be angry? Shameless boasting? Duan Lingtian scoffed when he heard Xie Kongsen's words. You'll find out soon enough if I boast shamelessly or not. I'd like to see it for myself, Xie Kongsen said coldly as he cast his movement martial tactic and movement divine ability to charge toward Duan Lingtian at an even faster speed. Right now, Xie Kongsen was like an enraged lion that was about to tear apart the prey that was toying with him. Whoosh! As soon as Xie Kongsen sped up, the celestial supreme treasure, the jasper celestial sword, appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. When the Sun Saint origin in Duan Lingtian's body was infused into the jasper celestial sword, the jasper celestial sword immediately shone brightly. A terrifying destructive aura spread out, causing the group of sectless cultivators to shudder. This is because you didn't teach your son well. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, the jasper celestial sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a sword ray that shot out of his hand toward Xie Kongsen. Apart from the Sun Saint origin that Duan Lingtian had raised to its limit, it also contained the sword-wielding art that was given to him by the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Who would be a match for the sword-wielding art of the Sovereign Heart Sword? He just asked, who else? Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of the sectless cultivators, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have disappeared into thin air. All that was left was the sound of the sword whistling in the air. In Xie Kongsen's eyes, he saw a flash of sword gleam that was heading straight for him. How fast? This was the first thought that appeared in his mind before he could feel fear rising in his heart. Just as this thought popped up in his mind and fear rose in his heart, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Then, a cracking sound entered his ears. When he lowered his head, he was shocked to discover that his arm had been severed. His right arm had been severed from his body. It had been severed from his shoulder. Dazzling blood was gushing out of his severed arm. This is because you slandered me for possessing the super saint weapon, the traceless sword. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again. Before Xie Kongsen could react and grab his severed arm with his left hand, Duan Lingtian's sword had severed Xie Kongsen's left arm from his shoulder. This time, even with Xie Kongsen's extraordinary strength, he could not help but groan. While he stopped the bleeding from the 2 severed arms, his figure also stopped in the void in the distance. However, he no longer paid any attention to the 2 severed arms. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and horror. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought, before today, Duan Lingtian, whom he had never paid any attention to, actually possessed such powerful and terrifying strength today. Any of the 2 swords Duan Lingtian had just swung out could have taken his life. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to be deliberately teasing him. That was why he didn't aim for the vital parts of his body. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Of this, he was absolutely certain. How is this possible? It's only been 3 years. How can he be so powerful? Could it be that he had another fortuitous encounter in the past 3 years? Xie Kongxian couldn't believe it, nor was he willing to believe it. The person whom he had regarded as an ant in the past actually possessed strength that could easily kill him. At this moment, he even wondered if he was dreaming. Gasp! 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 At the same time, the group of sectless cultivators finally regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gasp. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. causing them to be unable to react in time. It was only when Xie Kong Sun stopped charging at Duan Lingtian that they regained their senses. At the same time they were shocked by the loss, Xie Kong Sun suffered in front of Duan Lingtian. Heavens! Can someone tell me? Am I dreaming? This is too inconceivable, right? A young Seckless cultivator exclaimed in shock and disbelief. I find it unbelievable as well. Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who's ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had both of his arms severed by Duan Lingtian before he could even get close to Duan Lingtian? Another middle-aged, sectless cultivator exclaimed. He stared at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. His gaze remained fixed on Duan Lingtian for a long time, as though Duan Lingtian had some special charm. The Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, has been crippled just like that? Although it's hard to believe, the truth is right in front of our eyes. We have no choice but to believe it. When the Golden Lion King came, he was so high-spirited like a lion. However, he's now like a stray dog. The Golden Lion King doesn't seem to have the time to come back to his senses. Perhaps he's also puzzled as to how someone he once regarded as an ant could become even more powerful than him in such a short period of time. How can I not be confused if the Golden Lion King is confused? The strength Duan Lingtian had displayed in such a short time had not only shocked the Golden Lion King, but it had also shocked the group of young Seckless cultivators. Before the Golden Lion King's arms were severed, although they knew Duan Lingtian was quite strong, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be stronger than the Golden Lion King. At that time, they had all agreed that Duan Lingtian would not be defeated. They had all agreed that Duan Lingtian would be killed by Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King. However, reality had given them a tight slap in the face. Not only was Duan Lingtian not killed by Xie Kong Sun, but he had also severed both of Xie Kong Sun's arms with just a wave of his hand, turning Xie Kong Sun into a cripple. Run. The Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun, who finally regained his senses and realized Duan Lingtian's strength was not a match for him, thought to himself immediately, run, run, run. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, he could no longer suppress it. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Xie Kong Sun made his move. However, he did not continue to charge toward Duan Lingtian. Instead, he turned around and charged in the opposite direction of Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds, it was the vast true essence raging on the surface of Xie Kong Sun's body that shook the void, causing a series of air explosions to resound. At this moment, Xie Kong Sun had unleashed all his strength and techniques. He did all he could to escape. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about avenging his son's death. All he wanted was to survive, even if the chances were slim. I'm going to use this sword to prove that I wasn't boasting earlier. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again when Xie Kong Sun turned around to flee. The sectless cultivators in the surroundings shuddered when they heard his voice. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sword howl that lasted for a brief moment resounded in the air as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. When Xie Kong Sun heard the sword cry, his body trembled violently as though he was a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He slowed down a little before he sped up again and continued to flee. Spurt! As soon as Xie Kong Sun sped up, another soft sound rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a terrifying bloody hole appeared on the back of Xie Kong Sun's head while he was fleeing. Blood was still gushing out of the hole as if it was free of charge. This scene caused the group of independent cultivators in the surroundings to fall into a dead silence. They only regained their senses when they saw Duan Lingtian flying forward and taking Xie Kong Sun's spatial ring before Xie Kong Sun's body fell from the sky. They turned to look at Duan Lingtian in unison as though they had discussed this beforehand. In the depths of their eyes, there was a look of fear. Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had crippled him with just 2 sword strikes. Was that person really Xie Kongsen? Was he really the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the powerhouse ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Lingtian, naturally, noticed the gazes of the sectless cultivators, but he ignored them. He had just devoured Xie Kongsen's innate spiritual root and was about to improve his innate spiritual root. However, even if Xie Kongsen possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, it was still a drop in the bucket for him. After all, his innate spiritual root was a violet innate spiritual root that was superior to indigo innate spiritual roots. I wonder when the color of my innate spiritual root will change from light violet to normal violet. Once it's successful, my innate talent will improve, and my cultivation speed will be even faster. At that time, with the help of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, my cultivation base will improve by leaps and bounds. Chapter 2168. Duan Lingtian killed Xie Kongsen, the Golden Lion King, one of the 3 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. It was as easy as killing a chicken. The strength he displayed is not something a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage should possess. Someone among the group of sectless cultivators exclaimed in a trembling voice. It was precisely this exclamation of his that caused the remaining group of independent cultivators to recover from their shock, and astonishment appeared on their faces. That's right, the Golden Lion King, Xie Kongsen, from Zhuangzi Buddhism, is one of the strongest powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Even the strongest person at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land would take a long time to defeat Xie Kongsen, let alone kill him so easily. It's impossible for him to defeat Xie Kongsen within 100 moves. It seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? Although I don't want to believe it, that seems to be the case. His sword-wielding art is too terrifying. Even if the sword in his hand isn't the Traceless sword or the 9-Cloud sword, it's definitely a saint weapon that's not inferior to the 2 super saint weapons. I think so too. After the group of sectless cultivators regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves again. Naturally, the focus of their discussion was on Duan Lingtian. Based on their discussion, it seemed like Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, how could Xie Kongsen, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, be so weak? Apart from that, they also discovered that Duan Lingtian's sword was not simple. Even if it was not a super saint weapon, it was definitely a divine weapon that was much more powerful than an ordinary 1,000 inscription saint weapon. Under normal circumstances, many people would be tempted by such a divine weapon. However, at this moment, none of the sectless cultivators present on the scene were tempted by it. At this moment, let alone the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Even if they knew the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, was still in Duan Lingtian's possession, they still did not dare to covet it. What a joke! Currently, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone 1 super saint artifact. Even if there were 3 to 5 super saint artifacts, they would not dare to be greedy. They knew they would not even Duan Lingtian's. If Duan Lingtian's, they would be killed. At this moment, many people felt Duan Lingtian was not just an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian, SSSSISTian, SSSSS Saint Celestial is he S? S is Lingtian's he. S heaven, SSS heaven, S saints he kiss? Is? I think so too. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength, he's definitely ranked in the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking. I really don't know what Duan Lingtian has gone through in these 3 years. His strength has actually risen to such a terrifying level. Perhaps he managed to survive the trap left behind by the three eminent celestials and obtain many treasures left behind by the three eminent celestials. That's how he gained his current strength. That's possible. Different voices resonated in the air as the topic gradually shifted to the origin of Duan Ling Tian's strength. Everyone was speculating about it. The devil clans might invade the upper province at any time. Take care of yourselves. The group of sectless cultivators was still discussing and speculating when Duan Ling Tian said indifferently before he left like a gust of wind. When the sectless cultivators heard Duan Ling Tian's words and realized Duan Ling Tian had left, they finally regained their senses. At the same time, news of Duan Ling Tian's words under the lightning penalty both began to spread like wildfire in Sin City. Not only that, but it also spread to the outside of Sin City. News of the Golden Lion King, one of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's 4 great Karmapa, being killed by Duan Ling Tian had also spread. Duan Ling Tian is the black-robed man who's famous in Sin City. 3 years ago, Duan Ling Tian entered the treasure vault left behind by the 3 eminent celestials who seemed to have passed the heavenly tribulation. It was confirmed that he was the only survivor among the 3 eminent celestials who managed to pass the heavenly tribulation. After 3 years, Duan Ling Tian managed to escape from the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials and went to Sin City to reveal the truth. He even swore on the lightning penalty oath so that people would believe him. The 3 eminent celestials are actually powerhouses from the devil clans. The formation that activated the trap is actually connected to the formation in the lower province. The formation in the lower province will only be activated when the devil clans from the land of exile come to the lower province again. As the news spread, it caused a huge commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. No one would have thought that the truth from 3 years ago would be like this. As it turned out, the treasure vault left behind by the 3 eminent celestials was actually a trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials from the devil clans. The trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils was meant to trap and kill the human powerhouses when the devils from the land of exile came to the Dao Martial Saint Land again. This was to help their descendants. The devil clans have come. That guess from the past has come true. In order to verify that guess, we humans have lost so many powerhouses. How are we going to defend ourselves when the devil clans invade the upper province? Those 3 eminent celestials are really ruthless. They didn't forget to set us up before they ascended. Fortunately, we have Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known that the devil clans had already invaded the lower province and could come to the upper province at any time. We have to be prepared. If the devil clans invade, it won't be a joke. Similar discussions began to spread in a small area near Sin City. In the end, the news began to spread in all directions. Based on the current speed, it would not take long before the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would hear about this. And Duan Ling Tian's goal of going to the city of Sin to reveal the truth to the public had been achieved. Naturally, the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were aware of this. The devil race from the land of exile had already arrived in the lower province and was about to invade the upper province. News of Duan Ling Tian's actions in Sin City spread like wildfire. It turns out that Duan Ling Tian did not obtain the 2 Super Saint artifacts back then. He only has 1 Super Saint weapon, and it's the Devil Seal tablet that he took back from Xiezong, the son of the Zhuangzi Buddhism Golden Lion King. Humph, that supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, actually used such a despicable method to make a false statement. He must have done that because he doesn't want us to snatch Duan Ling Tian's Super Saint weapon so he can keep it for himself, right? Originally, I thought powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were godlike existences. They were high and mighty, and I believed their words unconditionally. I didn't expect it to be a scam. Liar, liar. As the news that Duan Lingtian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath spread, even powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage were pulled down from their pedestals. The people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land realized this. Even powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who stood at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land were no different from them. They were not as indifferent to fame and wealth as they had imagined. At the same time, even more shocking news spread to the people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. After 3 years, Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the Golden Lion King, Siakong-sen, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, is powerless in front of him. Heavens! Is this for real? If this is true, this is too ridiculous. That's right. Who's Siakong-sen? He's the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. He's one of the strongest powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he's ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Such a person is powerless in front of Duan Lingtian. I don't care if you believe it or not, but I don't. This is too ridiculous. You don't believe it? Let me tell you, I have a distant cousin who's a disciple of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. This news is definitely true. I'm sure it's true as well. I'm from Sin City. It's said that many sectless cultivators in Sin City saw what happened. The rumors are true. Duan Lingtian is indeed as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He severed Siakong-sen's arms with 2 strikes of his sword. When Siakong-sen turned around to flee, he struck again and killed Siakong-sen. Based on what you said, if Duan Lingtian wanted to kill Siakong-sen, he only needed 1 strike of his sword? He was just toying with Siakong-sen with the first 2 strikes? That's right. Most people who were close to Sin City believed Duan Lingtian's strength was so strong that they had no choice but to believe it. In places further away, only a small number of people believed it. In the borderlands of the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, almost nobody believed it. After all, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was a famous powerhouse in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 2169. The news from Sin City in the central region spread like wildfire. Even the Zoroastrianism in the western region received the news. Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually showed up. Moreover, he just came out of the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials who killed many powerhouses 3 years ago. As soon as he came out, he went to Sin City and swore on the lightning penalty oath to confirm that the devil clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province. Heavens! The devil clans have really invaded the lower province. I'm afraid it won't be long before they invade the upper province. The Zoroastrianism was shocked by Duan Lingtian's confirmation that the devil clans had invaded the Tao Martial Saint Land. Since Duan Lingtian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath and was not killed by the lightning penalty, it meant that he was not lying. Everything he said was true. Although the Zoroastrianism people were shocked by the devil clan's invasion of the Tao Martial Saint Land, they were not afraid at all. After all, they were supported by one of the 3 great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land, the Zoroastrianism. It was a force that stood at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land. If the devil clans had really invaded the upper province, they would be one of the human race's hopes. If they were afraid of the devil clans, the human race might as well surrender. I didn't expect the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, would lie. He was worried someone would snatch the super saint weapon from Duan Lingtian, so he didn't hesitate to make a false statement saying he had obtained the super saint weapon from Duan Lingtian. What's surprising is senior brother Duan Lingtian doesn't have 2 super saint weapons. He only has 1 super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet belongs to him. It's time for it to be returned to its rightful owner. News of this spread throughout the Zoroastrianism. At the same time, news of Duan Lingtian killing the Golden Lion King Siakong-sen, one of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, had also spread. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian crippled Siakong-sen's right arm and left arm with one strike before killing Siakong-sen with one strike? From the beginning until the end, Siakong-sen didn't even have a chance to retaliate? You must be kidding me. Although I admit that Duan Ling Tian's innate talent is very high, and his strength must have improved a lot after 3 years. Even so, it's not to the extent where Siakong-sen is completely helpless, right? This was too ridiculous. That's Siakong-sen we're talking about. Siakong-sen is the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. His cultivation base has long broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He can be considered as one of the strongest powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. How could someone like that be powerless in front of senior brother Duan Lingtian? It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian's cultivation base has already broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This news is too ridiculous. I don't believe it. News of Duan Lingtian killing Siakong-sen, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, with 3 strikes had spread to the Zoroastrianism sect. However, almost no one believed that Duan Lingtian possessed such strength. Even Lu Yin, Lu Mu, and the others who were close to Duan Lingtian in the past felt that the news was too exaggerated and hard to believe when they heard it. Duan Lingtian's innate talent was not bad. 3 years ago, he had even killed Xiazong, the son of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect's Golden Lion King. However, they did not believe that Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just 3 years. What a joke! After one entered the Saint Celestial stage, the gap between each form was like a huge chasm. It was extremely difficult for one to make a breakthrough. Even if there were peerless geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots in the history of the Zoroastrianism sect and the best cultivation environment in the Tao Martial Saint Land, it would take at least a few decades for them to break through from the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even a peerless genius with violet innate spiritual roots at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just 3 years. That's right. Therefore, this news is definitely fake news. Nobody in the Zoroastrianism sect believed that Duan Lingtian had really killed Siakong-sen, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. They thought it was fake news from Sin City. Duan Lingtian, 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? How can such news be spread? Isn't he afraid of being laughed at? When the news reached the enforcement hall's elder Donglin couldn't help but sneer. At the same time, his eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Duan Lingtian, you've finally shown yourself? I can't believe you're still alive after falling into the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials. You're really lucky. I hope you'll stay alive and don't return to Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, even if I'm no match for you, my father will still kill you." Dong Lin's father was Dong Yuanjin, one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. When Dong Lin heard the news, Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, and his eldest direct disciple, Buhang, had also heard the news. They also found it ridiculous. Duan Lingtian is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was definitely the biggest joke they had ever heard in their lives. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, behind the clouds above the Saint Island, there were many independent floating islands in the void. At the highest point, there was only one floating island. It was like a high and mighty emperor, looking disdainfully at all directions. This was the place where Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, cultivated. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. A muscular figure flew over from afar and arrived at the highest point of the floating island in just a blink of an eye. Lord Sect Leader. The newcomer stood in the void and bowed respectfully to the floating island in front of him. His words were extremely humble and respectful. If a Zoroastrianism elder was here, he would definitely recognize this person. This person was one of the two vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. His cultivation base was at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Whoosh! As soon as the vice sect leader of fire worship sect finished speaking, a huge figure appeared out of thin air as though a gust of wind had blown past. The figure belonged to a tall and muscular middle-aged man. He wore a long white robe that was embroidered with red flames. It was similar to the robes worn by the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples. Naturally, it was only similar to the robes. The flames embroidered on his white robe were unique. Upon closer inspection, one would see that the robes were embroidered with flames. The middle-aged man's long robe was embroidered with flames. From top to bottom, the flames seemed to form a long divine dragon that circled around his body. It was as if a true dragon was protecting him. Although the middle-aged man was tall and muscular, his appearance was decent. He did not look boorish at all. Whether it was her figure or her face, every part was just right, almost perfect. Besides that, the space between this middle-aged man's brows seemed to be filled with a dignified aura that seemed capable of making all things submit before him. And he was the leader of Zoroastrianism. Tang Xian, is something the matter? Even though Zoroastrianism was spreading the news from the city of Sin, Tang Xian, who was cultivating in his own place, was unaware of it. But he knew, since the vice sect leader in front of him had come looking for him, there must be a reason. Sect leader, the vice sect master nodded and told Tang Xian about the demon race's arrival in the Debussy subterranean. The devil clans really came to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Even Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, whose cultivation base was at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, had a grave expression on his face when he heard this. The devil clans from the land of exile were extremely powerful. Tang Xian had read about this in the records left behind by the Zoroastrianism since ancient times. There was no lack of powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the devil clans. In fact, there might even be half-step celestials who had successfully transcended the tribulation but had yet to ascend to the immortal world. Yes, the vice sect leader nodded. Then he said with a complicated expression on his face, "Speaking of which, this news was confirmed by Duan Lingtian, the prodigious disciple of our Zoroastrianism." Duan Lingtian? The prodigious disciple of our Zoroastrianism, who possesses 2 super saint weapons? Tang Xian asked as he looked at the vice sect leader. It had been some time since he came out of closed-door cultivation. For this reason, he had heard of Duan Lingtian, the prodigious disciple of the Zoroastrianism. Yes, the vice sect leader nodded again. It said that he also fell into the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials 3 years ago. However, while the others were eliminated and killed, he survived and stayed in the trap for 3 years. He only came out recently. He stayed in the trap for 3 years. Tang Xian nodded. It seems like that old man from the Zhuangzi Buddhism was lying. I was wondering when that old man became so fond of swearing on the lightning penalty oath. As it turns out, he had his eyes on the 2 super saint weapons in Duan Lingtian's possession. That's why he deliberately spread false news. Lord Sect Leader, Duan Lingtian only has 1 super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. He doesn't have the Traceless Sword. He has already sworn on the lightning penalty oath to confirm this. The vice sect leader added, "Since the devil clans from the land of exile have descended, the Traceless Sword is not as useful as the Devil Seal Tablet." Tang Xian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. When his words entered the ears of the vice sect master, the latter deeply agreed with him. Chapter 2170. Apart from that, there's another piece of news. However, I think it's fake news. The vice sect leader of Zoroastrianism, who was standing near Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, said after a moment of hesitation. What news? Tang Xian asked curiously. The news has something to do with Duan Lingtian. It said that Duan Lingtian managed to kill Siakong Sen, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zunzi Buddhism, in front of everyone in Sin City. The vice sect leader said, he killed Siakong Sen with 3 strikes. Tang Xian raised an eyebrow when he heard this. If I'm not mistaken, Siakong Sen from Zunzi Buddhism could be considered as one of the strongest powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the entire Tao Martial Saint Land. It's almost impossible to kill him with 3 strikes unless one's at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. That's what everyone thinks. The vice sect leader nodded. Due to this reason, not many people believe this news. Although Duan Lingtian's innate talent is monstrous, it's absurd that he managed to kill Siakong Sen with 3 strikes. Tang Xian nodded. He knew Duan Lingtian and knew it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be strong enough to kill Siakong Sen with 3 strikes in just 3 years. Now that the devil clans are invading, all of you should be prepared. In 3 years, the devil clans must have taken root in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. I'm afraid it won't be long before the powerhouses from the devil clans set up an inter-province transportation formation and invade the upper province. Tang Xian said with a hint of dread on his face. Before that happens, the sect of Zoroastrianism must be prepared. Yes, Lord Sect Leader, the vice sect leader replied respectfully. The vice sect leader replied respectfully, but he didn't leave. Instead, he seemed to have something to say. Is there anything else? Tang Xian asked. Lord Hierarch. The vice sect leader took a deep breath before he mustered up his courage and said, As far as I know, when you came out of closed-door cultivation, you brought the Saint Lady and her daughter out of the enforcement hall and placed them in your cultivation place. May I know when you gave the order to punish the Saint Lady and her daughter? The vice hall masters of the law enforcement hall are already complaining about this matter. The vice sect leader said with a bitter smile, Vice hall masters, do you have any complaints? Tang Xian sneered. Their hall master hasn't said anything yet. Why are they in such a hurry? Since when did I, Tang Xian, allow them to tell me what to do? Go and tell them. If anyone is dissatisfied with this matter, they can come and speak to me personally. Why don't you let them know and I'll go look for them? There was a hint of anger in Tang Xian's voice as he spoke. The vice sect leader was shocked. He broke out in cold sweat as he hastily explained, Lord Hierarch, they only ask casually. They don't intend to make a big deal out of this matter. Since you already have a plan, Lord Hierarch, there's no need for you to pay attention to them. At the same time, he could not help but sigh inwardly. It seems like Lord Hierarch really doesn't want to punish the Saint Lady. The reincarnation of a goddess? Lord Hierarch has really lost his mind. Fortunately, Lord Hierarch is still normal in other aspects. The vice sect leader felt slightly relieved when he thought of this. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism was the backbone of Zoroastrianism. He was also the guardian of Zoroastrianism. If something were to happen to him, Zoroastrianism would definitely decline and even be destroyed. Wait, just as the vice sect master was about to leave, Tang Xian called out to him again. Lord Hierarch, do you have any other instructions? The vice sect leader stopped in his tracks and looked at Tang Xian respectfully again. In my name, make a statement to the outside world. Tang Xian looked at the vice sect leader and said, the statement is to ask Duan Lingtian to return to Zoroastrianism. Also, promise him that as long as he returns to Zoroastrianism, the Zoroastrianism won't covet the super saint weapon, the devil seal tablet in his possession. If he doesn't believe me, he can hide the devil sealed tablet outside and return to Zoroastrianism. At that time, I, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, am willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to witness my promise to him. Tang Xian's words revealed his eagerness to have Duan Lingtian return to Zoroastrianism. Lord Hierarch, is it worth it for you to do this for a mere Duan Lingtian? The vice sect leader was stunned. Naturally, it's not worth it for a mere Duan Lingtian. Tang Xian said indifferently. However, the devil sealed tablet in his possession is worth it. As long as he's a disciple of Zoroastrianism, he and the devil sealed tablet will be a great help to us in Zoroastrianism. Moreover, if the devil clans invade the upper province and invade Zoroastrianism, I'm sure he'll be willing to lend me the devil sealed tablet. With my current strength, if I use the devil sealed tablet, none of the devil clans below the eminent celestial would be a match for me. Tang Xian's eyes gleamed coldly when he reached the end of his sentence. In his opinion, as long as he could use the devil sealed tablet, the super saint weapon that was said to be the bane of the devil clans, it would not affect him much no matter who had the devil sealed tablet. The devil sealed tablet was only useful to him in dealing with the devil clans. Once the devil race was forced to retreat, the devil sealed tombstone would be useless in his hands. For this reason, he did not object to the fact that the Duan Lingtian possessed the devil sealed tablet. Realization dawned on the vice sect leader when he heard Tang Xian's words. Tang Xian also returned to his own place of cultivation. He returned to a room in his mansion on an independent island. It was the room where he usually lived and cultivated. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the mansion where Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect, cultivated, there was a huge courtyard that occupied a lot of space. These courtyards were where Tang Xian usually received guests. Naturally, there were only a handful of people in the Dao Martial Saint land who were qualified to be invited by Tang Xian. At this moment, 2 rooms in one of the courtyards were occupied. Apart from 2 identical twin sisters, there was a cute little girl who was about 8 or 9 years old with 2 pigtails. The twin sisters were none other than Duan Lingtian's wife, Ker, and Ker's elder sister, Ganru Yen. The little girl was Duan Lingtian and Ker's daughter, Duan Siling Yuyen. I noticed that the sect leader seemed to be very respectful to you when he was talking to you. Do you know why? Ganru Yen looked at Ker in shock. She was shocked when she learned that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was as rare as a phoenix's feather in the Dao Martial Saint land. When facing her twin sister, not only did she not show the attitude that a superior would show to inferior, but she also showed the respectful attitude that inferior would show to a superior in front of her twin sister. This caused her to be shocked, but at the same time she was also puzzled. I don't know. Ku-er shook her head slightly as she hugged Duan Si-Ling, who had fallen into a deep sleep. She was puzzled as well. This was the first time I saw him when he came to the enforcement hall. Initially, I thought he would follow the fire worship sect's rules and order me and Si-Ling to be executed after he came out of closed-door cultivation. I didn't expect him to not be angry when he saw me. Instead, he was so cautious as though he was afraid of offending me. Ganru Yen fell silent when she heard Ker's words. After a moment of silence, Ganru Yen sighed again. Initially, I thought he would punish me according to the fire worship sect's rules, since I didn't cooperate with him to reveal your man's background. However, I didn't expect he would release me from the enforcement hall just because of you. It seems like he really thinks you're the reincarnation of a goddess. Otherwise, I can't think of any other explanation. Ganru Yen looked at Ku-er and sized her up for a long time. However, she could not find anything special about her younger sister other than the fact that she looked exactly like her. Reincarnation of a goddess? Ker remained silent when she heard Ganru Yen's words. He only felt that this statement was too absurd and ridiculous. Apart from that, she had also heard from her twin sister that only the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism believed she was the reincarnation of a goddess. The other people, such as the 3 great guardians, the 2 sect leaders, and the other high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism, did not agree with this. "Sister, sister." All of a sudden, a purple bird flew in from the outside, accompanied by a series of hurried sounds. After flying in, she turned into a young girl in a purple robe. This purple-clad young lady was none other than Gan Ru Yan's super-divine beast, the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock. She was also the closest person to Gan Ru Yan. She was also by Gan Ru Yan's side when she went to the lower province. "Zir, what's wrong?" Gan Ru Yan asked curiously as she looked at the purple-clad young lady. "Sister, there's news about Duan Ling Tian." The purple-clad young lady sent a voice transmission to Gan Ru Yan. Since she was in the cultivation place of the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, she was worried the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism would overhear her words. "HM?" Gan Ru Yan's eyes lit up when she heard the purple-clad young lady's words. Before the purple-clad young lady could continue speaking, she sent another voice transmission to Kerr. "Kerr, there's news about him." Kerr trembled in excitement when she heard Gan Ru Yan's voice transmission. Naturally, she knew who her sister was referring to. Chapter 2171. "Sister, where is he now? How is he?" Ku took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in her heart. She immediately looked at Gan Ru Yan and impatiently transmitted her voice to her through voice transmission. Said the last time he appeared was in Sin City. Gan Ru Yan told Kerr everything the purple-clad girl had told her through voice transmission. 3 years ago he entered the upper heaven. What Zir said was something that had spread throughout the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even Gan Ru Yan thought it was ridiculous that the Duan Ling Tian had killed Siekong Sen, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Therefore, she did not mention it to Kerr. She only told Kerr about other things. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. You don't have to worry too much. Gan Ru Yan comforted her after she finished speaking. A trap left behind by 3 eminent devil cultivators? He's the only one who survived? After knowing what her man had gone through, Kerr's pretty face turned pale with fright. Although she wasn't by her man's side, she could guess that her man must have gone through a lot of hardships. Kerr's heart ached for the man whom she treasured as much as her own life. "Young master!" Kerr's eyes were filled with tears at some point. In the western region, in the sky above a mountain near the Zoroastrianism's estate, a tall purple figure stood proudly in the sky. The figure was a young man dressed in a long purple robe. He was tall and handsome. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright. He had a graceful bearing, and his body emitted a refreshing aura. As he stood there with an elegant demeanor, he seemed to cause everything around him to lose its splendor. I can't believe the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism has not only come out of closed-door cultivation, but his cultivation base has also broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Suddenly the young man muttered softly. Fortunately, although he has come out of seclusion, he did not give the order to punish Ku-er and her daughter. However, we still have to think of a way to rescue them. I don't feel safe leaving them in the Zoroastrianism. Based on the young man's words, one could easily guess his identity. He was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had just returned from Sin City in the central region. On his way back, Duan Ling Tian had heard that the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had come out of closed-door cultivation and had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, becoming the 4th powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he heard about this. He was extremely worried about Kerr and their daughter's safety. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian hurried back to the Zoroastrianism's estate. After some investigation, he discovered that the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had not punished Kerr and their daughter yet. He could not help but sigh in relief. Duan Lingtian hid outside the Zoroastrianism's estate, preparing to enter the Zoroastrianism's estate to rescue Kerr and their daughter. With my current strength, I won't be a match for the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, even if I fully activate the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword. I must find a good opportunity to rescue Kerr and our daughter. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian knew his current strength very well. If he used all his techniques and fully activated the Jasper celestial sword, he was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, there was nothing he could do to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Don't tell me I have to enter the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda again and spend another year and a half to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a frown on his face. A year and a half referred to the time in the outside world. Who could be certain that the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism would not punish Kerr and their daughter after a year and a half? Duan Lingtian did not dare to take the risk. If he lost the bet and something happened to Kerr and their daughter, he would never be able to forgive himself. Duan Lingtian racked his brains, trying to think of a way to rescue Kerr and their daughter from the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. At this moment, a statement came from the Zoroastrianism's estate. The statement was personally issued by the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian. The content of the statement was as follows. As the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian has invited Duan Lingtian, the prodigious disciple of the Zoroastrianism, to return. He has also promised that the Zoroastrianism will not covet his grade-level saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. If Duan Lingtian is still worried, he can hide the Devil Seal Tablet outside and return alone. At that time, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, is willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove his promise to Duan Lingtian. When the announcement was made, not only were the people around the Zoroastrianism's estate shocked, but even the elders and disciples of the Zoroastrianism sect were shocked. Lord Sect Leader is willing to make such a statement just to bring Duan Lingtian back? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's said that Lord Sect Leader values talents as much as his own life. I've finally seen it for myself today. With Lord Sect Leader's announcement, it's likely that Senior Brother Duan Lingtian will return. Once he returns, I'm afraid the true ranking will change again. He'll definitely be ranked first on the true ranking. That's for sure. 3 years ago, Senior Brother Duan Lingtian killed Elder Xia Zong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. His cultivation base is no weaker than the person ranked first on the true ranking. Now that 3 years have passed, with his innate talent, he's definitely much stronger than he was 3 years ago. I'm really looking forward to Senior Brother Duan Lingtian's return. Ever since Senior Brother Duan Lingtian left, Zoroastrianism has been like a pool of stagnant water. It's not as lively as it was when Senior Brother Lingtian was around. While the people of Zoroastrianism discussed among themselves, the disciples of Zoroastrianism were overjoyed as well. Most of them hoped that Duan Lingtian would return. Senior Brother Lingtian will have a chance to return. Junior Brother Lingtian will be able to return. Many disciples of Zoroastrianism who were close to Duan Lingtian, including Lu Yun and Lu Mu, were excited when they heard about the announcement made by their sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Why would Lord Sect Leader make such a statement? As the saying went, some people were happy while others were sad. When Buhong, the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of Zoroastrianism, heard about the announcement made by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, his expression turned grave. Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, had a similar expression on his face. Although he really wanted to obtain the class-level divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession, since the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had made such a promise to Duan Lingtian, He no longer dared to think about obtaining the class-level divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession. Damn it! How could Lord Sect Leader be so foolish? In the law enforcement hall, Elder Dong Lin's expression changed drastically when he heard the announcement made by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian, Dong Lin's father, the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin, narrowed his eyes when he heard about this. A terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. Outside the Zoroastrianism's residence. That sect leader of Zoroastrianism is really wishful thinking. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sneer when he heard the statement from Tang Xian, the leader of Zoroastrianism. There was nothing wrong with Tang Xian's promise. However, Tang Xian seemed to be desperate for talent and was protecting him. However, he was clear in his heart. The reason Tang Xian was acting like this was most likely because he possessed the Devil Seal tablet, It just so happened that the Devil Seal tablet was the bane of the Devil race. Once the Devil race invaded the upper region in the future, Zoroastrianism wouldn't have to fear the Devil race's army if they had the demon sealing tombstone to rely on. In fact, Tang Xian could even use the demon sealing tombstone to deal with the Devil race experts at a critical moment, and he couldn't possibly refuse. To Tang Xian, as long as the Devil clansmen are repelled, the Devil Seal tablet is worth less than 1,000 inscription saint weapon. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. At Tang Xian's level of cultivation, there was no need for him to use the Devil Seal tombstone unless his opponent was a Devil race expert. As for Devil cultivators from the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was no need for him to use the Devil Seal tablet since he was so powerful. If I possess another grade saint weapon like the Traceless Sword or the Nine-Cloud Sword, I'm afraid he won't be so kind. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian had indeed guessed correctly. If Tang Xian did not only possess the Devil Seal tablet, but also another offensive saint weapon such as the Traceless Sword and the Nine-Cloud Sword, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, Tang Xian, would not have made such a statement. After all, whether it was the Traceless Sword or the Nine-Cloud Sword, even Tang Xian would be tempted. If that's the case, I'll return to Zoroastrianism and meet the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian made up his mind as his eyes gleamed. Duan Lingtian did not think it was necessary for him to hide the Devil Seal tablet, the general grade saint weapon, outside. In any case, he believed Tang Xian would not dare to make a move on him, since he did not want to risk the Devil Seal tablet being in his possession. Although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was much lower than Tang Xian's, as a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, he was immune to any soul-searching, secret tactic. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would use the soul-searching, secret tactic on him. Zoroastrianism. I'm back. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian flew across the sky and entered the Zoroastrianism's estate. He directly flew over the White Tiger Sanctum's estate that was located east of the Zoroastrianism's estate. He did not bother concealing himself at all. He was completely different from how he was when he secretly left the Zoroastrianism's estate a few years ago. Chapter 2172. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was flying in the air above the White Tiger Sanctum's estate, had also changed into the uniform of a true disciple of Zoroastrianism. It was difficult for a true disciple to not attract attention when he swaggered past the White Tiger Sanctum. Is that a true disciple of Zoroastrianism? The first people who noticed Duan Lingtian were some White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. They were stunned when they saw a true disciple barging into their White Tiger Sanctum. Based on what they knew, there was a rule in Zoroastrianism that no Saint Land disciple, regardless of whether it was an elite disciple or a true disciple, was allowed to enter the 4 symbol sanctums without the permission of the sanctum leader. However, a true disciple was currently flying past the White Tiger Sanctum as though no one was around. Based on the direction the true disciple was heading, It was obvious he had just returned from Zoroastrianism. Isn't he a little too bold? This is the White Tiger, sanctum of the four symbol sanctums. It's not a place where a true disciple like him can act as he pleases. Just wait and see. He'll be intercepted by our White Tiger sanctums, Silver Flame Elder soon. He'll be sent to the enforcement hall. He's provoking the entire White Tiger sanctum. Many White Tiger sanctum's disciples were indignant as they discussed among themselves. What if he's a direct disciple of Lord Sanctum Leader or one of the elders in White Tiger Sanctum? Some White Tiger Sanctum's disciples said, "Impossible, even if he's a direct disciple of Lord Sanctum Leader or any of the elders. He'll try his best to avoid our White Tiger Sanctum. It's impossible for him to be so arrogant. However, this person doesn't seem to care about our White Tiger Sanctum at all. This is a provocation to our White Tiger Sanctum. It's a provocation to the entire four symbol sanctum." Among the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples, there was no lack of people who were eager to stir up trouble. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the White Tiger Sanctum's estate and enter the Saint Land, "Humph! Humph!" Two angry snorts rang in the air as the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Their target was Duan Lingtian. They were getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. Silver Flame Elder of the White Tiger Sanctum? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the aura of the two people who caused the sound of wind breaking. However, he did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he continued to walk towards the direction of the holy land of Zoroastrianism at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. The Silver Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism were only at the third or fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. To him, there was no threat at all. "Stop! How dare you!" Two deafening roars that contained monstrous fury resounded at almost the same time. The two Silver Flame Elders of the White Tiger Sanctum shouted at Duan Lingtian at the same time. Then they arrived near Duan Lingtian at the fastest speed and intercepted Duan Lingtian from the front and back. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was pincered by the two Silver Flame Elders. When Duan Lingtian came to a halt, his true appearance was exposed to the two Silver Flame Elders of the White Tiger Sanctum. They found him familiar. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's current appearance was different from the one he disguised when he was in the Zoroastrianism a few years ago. Right now, he was showing others his original, true face without any disguise. The two Silver Flame Elders of the White Tiger Sanctum found Duan Lingtian's appearance familiar because they had seen Duan Lingtian's portrait before. Elder Lin and Elder Zhong have made their move. Meanwhile, in the White Tiger Sanctum's estate, a group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples who had come to watch the show recognized the two Silver Flame Elders of the White Tiger Sanctum who had intercepted the true disciple. "I'm afraid this true disciple is in trouble." "That's right. He's flying above our White Tiger Sanctum's estate. Even Lord Sanctum Leader's direct disciple wouldn't dare to be so high profile. Why do I find this true disciple familiar?" "I find him familiar as well." When the group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples arrived, many of them found Duan Lingtian familiar as well. However, none of them could recall who he was. Naturally, it was only because they could not recall who he was. Just when the two White Tiger Sanctum's elders were staring at Duan Lingtian fiercely, as though they were about to do something to him, a shocked voice suddenly rang in the air. "I remember him now. He's senior brother Duan Lingtian." The voice came from one of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. When this disciple looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with admiration. "Be senior brother Duan Lingtian." "It seems like he's senior brother Duan Lingtian. He's different from the senior brother Duan Lingtian I saw a few years ago. Currently, senior brother Duan Lingtian has restored his original appearance. I've seen his face in a portrait before. I've seen it before as well. Moreover, his body shape is no different from senior brother Duan Lingtian in the portrait. In the past, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, Xie Kongsen, had restored Duan Lingtian's appearance and body shape in the portrait. He had also spread the portrait to the people of Zoroastrianism. Almost everyone in Zoroastrianism had seen the portrait of Duan Lingtian. Previously, most of them did not realize it at first, because their memories were a little blurry after a few years. Duan Lingtian? You're Duan Lingtian. The two White Tiger Sanctum elders had, naturally, heard the discussion among the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their expressions were no longer hostile. Instead, they looked more solemn. At this moment, they recalled the portrait they had seen a few years ago. The young man in the portrait perfectly matched the person in front of them. What, elders, did you see someone impersonating me? When Duan Lingtian saw the solemn and suspicious expressions on the two White Tiger Sanctum elders' faces, he could not help but shake his head and smile. Humph. So what if you're Duan Lingtian? Every clan has its own rules. You're Duan Lingtian, a true disciple. How can you disregard the rules and walk in the White Tiger Sanctum? Today, I'll send you to the enforcement hall and let them deal with you. One of the White Tiger Sanctum elders snorted coldly. Based on his words, it seemed as though he was going to arrest Duan Lingtian. That's right. Even if Duan Lingtian was invited back by Lord Sect Leader, you can't disobey the rules of the sect. Today, you'll have to go to the enforcement hall with us. The other White Tiger Sanctum elder chimed in. For a moment, the atmosphere that had eased up was once again filled with the smell of gunpowder. The group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples stared at Duan Lingtian intently. They were curious about how Duan Lingtian would react to the situation. Elders, if I'm not mistaken, the Zoroastrianism has a rule that states that Saint Lan disciples are not allowed to enter the four symbol sanctums. Apart from that, there's another rule. Duan Lingtian looked at the two White Tiger Sanctum elders with a piercing gaze. If a Saint Lan disciple possesses the ability to defeat any of the sanctum leaders in the four symbol sanctums, he'll be able to disregard the rule and walk freely in the four symbol sanctums. Without waiting for the two White Tiger Sanctum's elders to reply, Duan Lingtian continued to speak confidently. Duan Lingtian had learned about the Zoroastrianism rule in the past, so he clearly remembered the rule's additional rule. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the two White Tiger Sanctum elders' expressions changed drastically. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. In their hearts, the same absurd thought rose up in unison. Could it be that Duan Lingtian possessed the ability to defeat the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum? After all, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum was a Golden Flame elder of Zoroastrianism. His cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even among powerhouses at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum could be considered as one of the best. The group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples was shocked as well. All of them were dumbfounded. Does Senior Brother Duan Lingtian intend to challenge the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum? This was the same thought that appeared in their minds. If the White Tiger Sanctum really wants to settle the matter of me, Duan Lingtian, passing by the White Tiger Sanctum today, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum can come out and fight me. If I lose, I'll personally go to the enforcement hall to receive my punishment. Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air again. His voice was loud and clear as well. Duan Lingtian's words clearly expressed his intention. Since the White Tiger Sanctum refuses to accept the fact that I, Duan Lingtian, am here today, Duan Lingtian, will challenge the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum. If the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum wins, I'll personally go to the enforcement hall to receive my punishment. If the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum loses, I'll naturally be able to move freely in the White Tiger Sanctum's estate without violating the Zoroastrianism rule. Duan Lingtian's words contained his sun saint origin. It did not take long before his words spread through the entire White Tiger Sanctum, shocking everyone in the White Tiger Sanctum. Duan Lingtian? Senior brother Duan Lingtian has returned? Sect leader has only made the announcement a few days ago and he's already back? Not only has he returned, but he seems to have passed by our White Tiger Sanctum as well. However, based on his words, it seems like he intends to challenge Lord Sanctum Leader? It seems like he's been stopped by someone. I remember there's a clause in the rule that states the Saint Lan's disciples are not allowed to enter the 4 symbol sanctums without permission. As long as a Saint Lan's disciple can defeat the sanctum leader of any of the 4 symbol sanctums, he'll be able to ignore the rule and walk freely in the 4 symbol sanctums. Is senior brother Duan Lingtian trying to obtain the privilege to walk freely in the 4 symbol sanctums? As long as the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples were not in closed-door cultivation, they put down whatever they were doing and gathered in the direction of the voice. Apart from that, the remaining Silver Flame Elders and Bronze Flame Elders from the White Tiger Sanctum also made their way over to watch the commotion. While the White Tiger Sanctum was in an uproar because of Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Lingtian, you want to challenge me? Chapter 2173. Lord Sanctum Leader. Upon hearing the loud voice that resounded in the White Tiger Sanctum, the eyes of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples who had rushed to Duan Lingtian brightened immediately. Judging from Lord Sanctum Leader's tone, he seems a little angry. How can he not be angry? Duan Lingtian dares to bully Lord Sanctum Leader. With Lord Sanctum Leader's temper, how can he tolerate this? However, Duan Lingtian actually dares to challenge Lord Sanctum Leader. Is he really confident he can defeat Lord Sanctum Leader? Many of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, it was obvious they were not certain if Duan Lingtian was capable of defeating the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum. After all, they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's monstrous strength a few years ago. When Duan Lingtian was still in the Zoroastrianism, he had never been at a disadvantage no matter who he was up against. Moreover, he would always win whenever he initiated a battle. Today, as soon as he returned to the Zoroastrianism, he immediately challenged another person to a duel. This time his target was not a Zoroastrianism disciple. Instead, it was a Golden Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism sect who was also the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum. As the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums, he could be considered as one of the strongest Golden Flame Elders in the Zoroastrianism sect. When they recalled Duan Lingtian's past achievements and the strength of the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum, they were at a loss. They were not certain who was stronger. Lord Sanctum Leader is a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, while Duan Lingtian was either one of the strongest powerhouses at the 3rd or 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage 3 years ago. Now that 3 years have passed, it's hard to say if he's strong enough to defeat Lord Sanctum Leader. The further one goes on the path of cultivation, the slower one's progress becomes. This is especially true after the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage 3 years ago, with his innate talent, he might not be able to break through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage in 3 years. I think so too. Therefore, if Lord Altar Master fights with him, I think Lord Altar Master will win. I can't wait to see Lord Sanctum Lord torture him. How dare he act so presumptuously in our White Tiger Sanctum? Does he really think that there's no one in the White Tiger Sanctum who can stop him? In the end, most of the elders and disciples of the White Tiger Sanctum sided with the Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum. They felt the Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum would definitely emerge victorious in the duel with the Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! A deafening sound rang in the air. Before the group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples with a weaker cultivation base could react, they saw another figure standing near Duan Lingtian. The figure belonged to a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He was dressed in the robes of the Zoroastrianism elders. However, the flames embroidered on his robes were golden. Coupled with the golden flames that formed a huge tiger with the word "King" on its forehead, it was not difficult to identify him. He was the sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum, Lu Qing. Lu Qing's figure was tall and sturdy. His face was covered with a curly beard. He had a pair of large eyes and a pair of thick eyebrows. In addition to his fluffy hair, he gave off a valiant feeling. He looked like a tiger ready to hunt as he stood there. He gave off a dangerous vibe. Lord Sanctum Leader, Lord Sanctum Leader. As soon as Lu Qing appeared, the elders and disciples of the White Tiger Sanctum bowed respectfully at him. Lu Qing nodded calmly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, although I've never seen you before, I've heard about you. I know you're a rare prodigy in the Zoroastrianism. Moreover, you're the first person whom Lord Sanctum Leader personally invited back. I'm very impressed by you. Lu Qing said that he was impressed, but his tone was full of disdain. This was because he knew the reason the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had invited Duan Lingtian back was because he wanted to borrow the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, from Duan Lingtian to deal with the devil clans when they invaded the Upper Province and the Zoroastrianism. I've heard of White Tiger Sanctum's Sanctum Lord Lu Qing. I've heard of you as well, Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. Duan Lingtian, I know you're quite talented. After so many years, I'm sure your cultivation base has improved a lot. However, do you really think you're a match for me? If that's the case, I have to say I'm very disappointed in you. At this moment, you're nothing but a brainless brute in my eyes. Lu Qing felt even more provoked by Duan Lingtian's calm tone. When he spoke again, his tone had become colder. Why don't we try and see if I'm a match for you? Duan Lingtian did not seem to care about Lu Qing's tone that was gradually turning cold. He still looked indifferent, as though he did not take Lu Qing seriously at all. In fact, he did not take Lu Qing seriously at all. Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum and a golden flame elder of the Zoroastrianism, had a cultivation base at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. Putting aside his other techniques, his cultivation base alone was more than enough to defeat Lu Qing. After all, he was currently at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lu Qing was infuriated when he saw Duan Lingtian did not take him seriously. Saint origin surged out of his body and shrouded his body with a terrifying aura. Some of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples with a weaker cultivation base were forced to retreat by the aura. Where does Duan Lingtian get his courage from? He actually dares to look down on Lord Sanctum Leader. Duan Lingtian's indifference shocked the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples present on the scene. They did not know where Duan Lingtian got his courage from. It was as though he was certain he could defeat the Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum. Lord Sanctum Leader is angry. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian will lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die today. Many of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples could not help but shake their heads when they sensed Lu Qing's anger. They felt sorry for Duan Lingtian. Does Duan Lingtian really think he's invincible after being away for a few years? Let's make him suffer today and show him where he stands. How dare he act so presumptuously in front of Lord Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum? He's just seeking death. He's not seeking death. After all, Lord Sect Leader personally invited him back. It's impossible for Lord Sanctum Leader to kill him. However, I'm sure he'll definitely suffer a few superficial injuries today. Most of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples did not have high hopes for Duan Lingtian at all. They thought Duan Lingtian was just looking for a beating. Only a few of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples had a grave expression on their faces as they watched the situation unfold. They thought to themselves, Duan Lingtian is still as confident as before. Is it possible he's really confident he can defeat Lord Sanctum Leader? Of course, although they thought so, they did not dare to say it out loud. If they said it out loud, they would definitely be drowned in the saliva of the other White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples. Just as Lu Qing's Saint Chi surged and his figure flickered as he prepared to make his move. "You're too slow," a slightly impatient voice rang out. It was Duan Lingtian frowning as he spoke to Lu Qing. This further enraged Lu Qing. Lu Qing was so enraged that his Saint Chi surged like an erupting volcano. Just as Lu Qing's body trembled violently because of Duan Lingtian and he was about to make his move again, Sanctum Leader Lu, "Since you're not going to make a move, I'll make a move first." Duan Lingtian's impatient voice rang out again. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's right hand reached out like a ghost. A dazzling golden light erupted in an instant. It was the vast Saint Chi that swept out from his body. To be more precise, it was the Sun Saint Origin. The Sun Saint Origin swept out from Duan Lingtian's right hand and transformed into a gigantic palm in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian's right hand transformed into a claw, the gigantic palm formed from the Sun Saint Origin also transformed into a gigantic claw and grabbed at Lu Qing, the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum. Boom! Rumble! It was as though a five-finger mountain had closed in on Lu Qing in an attempt to suppress him. Duan Lingtian's attack only contained his saint origin. He did not use any martial tactics, divine abilities, or saint weapons. However, his attack was so fast that it caught Lu Qing before he could do anything. When the gigantic claw grabbed Lu Qing, the domineering Sun Saint Origin swept out and crushed Lu Qing's Saint Origin mercilessly. Although Duan Lingtian was only at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Sun Saint Origin in his body could not be compared to the Saint Origin of an ordinary powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. His Sun Saint Origin was extremely close to the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. With such a powerful force, it could easily crush the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Roar! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lu Qing, the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum, who was immobilized by the gigantic claw, let out a bestial roar. His face was flushed red as his Saint Origin surged. It was obvious he had used all his strength. However, he could not escape being crushed and crushed in the end. How's this possible? Chapter 2174. Duan Lingtian made his move. He extended his right hand, and a gigantic hand appeared. It was as though it could grab the sun, moon, and stars. Lu Qing, the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum, was restrained by Duan Lingtian before he could even make a move. He did not even have the strength to fight back. The group of White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples present on the scene were shocked when they saw this. An expression of disbelief could be seen on their faces. Prior to this, Lu Qing, the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum, was the epitome of strength in the eyes of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples. However, today they witnessed it with their own eyes. Lu Qing did not even have the chance to make a move in front of a true disciple of the Zoroastrianism. When did the true disciple of the Zoroastrianism become so freakish? Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, the gigantic hand that was grabbing Lu Qing loosened its grip as Lu Qing continued to struggle. As soon as Duan Lingtian loosened his clenched right fist, the gigantic hand formed from his Sun Saint Origin followed suit and loosened its fist as well. Naturally, this was done intentionally by Duan Lingtian. After Lu Qing broke free from the gigantic hand's grip, he felt as though he was a fish swimming in the vast sea and a bird flying in the vast sky. At this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of joy at surviving a calamity in the depths of his heart. Naturally, after feeling joyful, he was terrified. He was terrified of Duan Lingtian's strength. Whoosh! At this moment, before Lu Qing could regain his senses, Duan Lingtian raised his right hand and pressed it down. At this moment, the gigantic hand in front of Lu Qing leaped up and landed on top of Lu Qing's head. When Duan Lingtian pressed his right hand down, the gigantic hand that was hovering above Lu Qing's head descended as well. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down on Lu Qing. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air. Lu Qing, who did not have time to react, was slapped down by the gigantic hand. It was as though he was being pressed down by the Five-Finger Mountain. After a few moments, boom! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering noises reverberated in the air. The White Tiger Sanctum's estate shook violently. The gigantic hand formed by Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin pressed down on Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum. It smashed him into the ground, crushing him into the earth. Of course, Yang Kai did not kill him. When he pressed Lu Qing into the ground, the Sun Saint Qi condensed into a giant hand dissipated with a single thought. However, even so, Lu Qing, who was not seriously injured, was still covered in dust, being forcefully pressed onto the ground. His entire body was embedded into the ground. How could he not be dejected? To the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, the sanctum leader of their White Tiger Sanctum was knocked to the ground by a true disciple. Not only that, but he was also pressed into the ground as though he had turned into a human specimen. While the group of White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples were dumbfounded, a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. Sanctum leader Lu, I'm sorry for the offense. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, who had just gotten up from the ground. He did not care about Lu Qing's grave expression as he said these words and left. Currently, Yang Kai did not feel any sense of accomplishment when he defeated someone at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if his opponent was the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, a golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism. If it was not for the people from White Tiger Sanctum stopping him, he would not have made a move at all. After Duan Lingtian left, the people from White Tiger Sanctum, including sanctum leader Lu Qing, no longer dared to stop him. It's only been a few years, but Duan Lingtian has become so strong. After Duan Lingtian left, Lu Qing's face turned pale. At the same time, he was reminded of something and his eyes widened. Could it be that the news from the City of Sin is true? Did Duan Lingtian really kill Siakong Sen, the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zunza Buddhism? Previously, Lu Qing had heard the news of Duan Lingtian killing Siakong Sen. However, like most people, he did not believe it. He thought it was just a fantasy story. However, when he recalled the scene earlier, he began to believe it. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian made his move, he felt as though a gigantic mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to feel suffocated. The gigantic hand formed by Duan Lingtian's saint origin, in particular, seemed to contain the might of heaven and earth. No matter how hard Lu Qing tried, he could not break free from it at all. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to form such a gigantic hand with just his saint origin. I feel like he's at the peak of the sixth or seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. The moment he thought of this, Lu Qing's eyes were filled with shock. To grow to such an extent in just a few years, what kind of fortuitous encounter did that Duan Lingtian encounter? For a moment, in the depths of Lu Qing's eyes, besides shock and disbelief, there was also a glimmer of envy and jealousy. In his opinion, if it wasn't for his fortuitous encounter, Duan Lingtian definitely wouldn't have been able to possess such terrifying strength in just a few short years. When Lu Qing sensed the few elders from the White Tiger Sanctum who had regained their senses looking at him, his face turned green and white. He did not even greet them before he left like a gust of wind. He had completely lost his face as the sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum today. If he had known this would happen, he would have pretended to be in closed-door cultivation and allowed Duan Lingtian to pass by. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The few elders from the White Tiger Sanctum who regained their senses first were all Silver Flame elders. They looked at each other and smiled wryly when they saw their sanctum leader had left, without saying a word. I can't believe Duan Lingtian has grown to such an extent in just 3 to 4 years. How shocking! One of the Silver Flame elders from the White Tiger Sanctum sighed emotionally. That's right. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Lord Sanctum Leader of our White Tiger Sanctum is like a 3-year-old child in front of him. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to defeat Lord Sanctum Leader so easily, right? It's very likely that Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't dare to believe that he could have such achievements in such a short time. 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Doesn't that mean the news about Duan Lingtian killing Siekongsen, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, is true? Based on the current situation, it's possible that it's true. Initially, the few Silver Flame elders from the White Tiger Sanctum were amazed by Duan Lingtian's strength. After a while, the group of White Tiger Sanctum's Bronze Flame elders and disciples from the White Tiger Sanctum joined in the discussion when they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. In the end, they confirmed one thing. Their Zoroastrianism's prodigious disciple, Duan Lingtian, had most likely killed Siekongsen, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Apart from being the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, and a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Siekongsen is ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. If Senior Brother Duan Lingtian has killed him, doesn't that mean Senior Brother Duan Lingtian has replaced Siekongsen and is ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking? One of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples muttered to himself. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. Based on the time, the Supreme Saint ranking should be out soon. I think it'll spread to the Western region and the Zoroastrianism in a few days. Another White Tiger Sanctum's disciple chimed in. However, the group of White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples were unaware of this. With the Central region as the center, the new Supreme Saint ranking began to spread in all directions. Those who did not believe Duan Lingtian had killed Siekongsen, the Golden Lion King of Black Kshetra sect, widened their eyes when they saw the person who was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. They remained silent for a long time. They could only feel their faces burning as they faced the Supreme Saint ranking. It was as if they had been slapped in the face. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian, a disciple from the Zoroastrianism Heaven sect, had really killed Siekongsen, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. They could choose not to believe the rumors, but they had no choice but to believe the Supreme Saint ranking. Saint Land, it's been a long time. In the faraway western region's base of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian had entered the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism after leaving the White Tiger Sanctum. After arriving near the Saint Island, Duan Lingtian did not enter the Saint Island, nor did he return to his residence outside the Saint Island. Instead, he soared into the air and passed through the clouds before he arrived near a group of floating islands. Duan Lingtian continued to rise into the sky until he arrived at the highest point of the floating island before he finally came to a halt. Duan Lingtian has returned because I've heard about the sect leader's announcement. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked at the highest floating island in front of him. He said calmly, "I've come to look for you because I hope you'll keep your promise and swear on the lightning penalty oath." From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's tone was calm. It was as though he did not need to bow to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. In fact, this was indeed the case. Duan Lingtian? He's back. Chapter 2175. When the patrolling elder found out the person who had come was Duan Lingtian, the true disciple of the Zoroastrianism, he did not show himself. Instead, he turned around and continued his patrol. He knew about the announcement made by the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to return so soon. I wonder how strong Duan Lingtian has become after so many years? The patrolling elder thought to himself as he left. However, I'm definitely no match for him. After all, he managed to kill Xiezong, the son of the Golden Lion King, the leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, 3 years ago. Currently, I'm only slightly stronger than Xiezong at that time. Regarding this, the patrolling elder was well aware of his own capabilities. Although he was a silver flame elder in the Zoroastrianism, he was only an ordinary silver flame elder. His cultivation base was only at the 3rd form of the saint celestial stage. Perhaps he might be comparable to Duan Lingtian from 3 years ago. However, he was certain the gap between him and Xiezong was huge. Duan Lingtian's voice clearly reached the floating island and the vast mansion on the floating island where Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, cultivated. At this moment, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism was not the only one who cultivated. Duan Lingtian? He's back? Ganru Yen, who was in a courtyard in the vast mansion, trembled when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice. A shocked expression appeared on her face. She had heard about the announcement made by the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian to return so soon. It had only been 3 days since the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism made the announcement, right? However, what she did not know was that Duan Lingtian had already known about this when this announcement was made about Zoroastrianism. This was because Duan Lingtian had been hiding outside the Zoroastrianism encampment, constantly keeping an eye on Zoroastrianism. He had endured for 3 days. To him, each day felt like a year. The reason why he endured it was because he was worried that if he returned to Zoroastrianism too quickly, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would think that the devil-sealed tablet was with him. Young master! A low cry sounded. A woman who looked exactly like Ganru Yen ran out from a room in the courtyard. Once she appeared, everything around her seemed to be overshadowed. The woman was none other than Kerr, who had just put her daughter to sleep. She had just coaxed her daughter to sleep when the voice that had haunted her for many years entered her ears. She wanted to let her know that her young master had returned to Zoroastrianism. Yuyen, you mustn't act rashly. If you reveal that he's your man, Lord Sect Leader won't let him go. Gan Ruyan's expression tensed up when she saw her younger sister rushing out of the room. She rushed to Ku-er's side like a gust of wind and reminded her with a solemn expression on her face. Sister, I know. Kur nodded. That was her man. She regarded her man's life as more important than her own. How could she act rashly and do anything that would harm him? She missed him so much that she could not wait to rush out and reunite with him. However, when she thought about the consequences, she suppressed her urge to do so. Kerr's face was covered in tears. They were tears of excitement. Young master, do you know that Kerr is here? Don't blame Kerr. It's not that Kerr doesn't want to see you, but she can't see you. At the very least, she can't see you for the time being. At this moment, Kerr felt as though a knife was being twisted in her heart. As the saying went, husband and wife were connected by heart. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. However, he did not know why. After a while, he regained his senses and waited for the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to come out. However, before Duan Lingtian could wait for the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to come out, 3 uninvited guests appeared. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling could be heard as though 3 gusts of wind had blown past. Then, 3 figures appeared near Duan Lingtian. After revealing themselves, the 3 ghost-like figures also revealed their true appearances. One of them was an old man dressed in green. the other was a young man dressed in purple, and the last one was a beautiful woman dressed in red. The old man had a head of white hair, and he looked like an immortal. The young man was handsome and elegant, giving people a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. The beautiful woman was beautiful. Her graceful figure and beautiful face were enough to make one's imagination run wild. Guardian Qinghua. When the three of them appeared, Duan Lingtian's gaze instantly landed on the old man in green, who had a sage-like demeanor. He took the initiative to greet him. In the past, he had met this old man once. At that time, the old man wanted to take him as his disciple, but he had rejected him. Due to this reason, he knew the old man was one of the three guardians of Zoroastrianism, Guardian Qinghua. The three guardians of Zoroastrianism are also known as the three guardians of wind, fire, and cloud. They're Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hongyan. I think the young man dressed in purple and the beautiful woman dressed in red, next to Guardian Qing, who are Guardian Zifeng and Guardian Hongyan. As Duan Lingtian greeted Qinghua, he could not help but speculate inwardly. Among the three guardians of Zoroastrianism, the strongest one is Guardian Zifeng. It's said that his cultivation base has already broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's one of the pillars of Zoroastrianism. The second one is Guardian Qinghua. He's also Gan Ru Yan's master. His cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's considered one of the strongest in the Tao Martial Saint land. He's ranked in the top 20 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Finally, there's Guardian Hongyan. Although she's a woman, her cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She's one of the few female powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. Duan Lingtian had heard about the three guardians of Zoroastrianism a few years ago. Due to this reason, he instantly recognized Zifeng and Hongyan, the two guardians of Zoroastrianism whom he had not met before today. If it was in the past, he might feel a little restrained when facing the three guardians of Zoroastrianism. However, at this moment, he did not feel any restraint at all. After all, with his current strength, he was not afraid of them at all if they were to fight with their lives on the line. Duan Lingtian, you're finally willing to come back. Qing, who looked at Duan Lingtian intently. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly before he looked at the two people standing next to Qinghua. If I'm not mistaken, both of you must be Guardian Zifeng and Guardian Hongyan, right? Duan Lingtian spoke casually. It was as though he was speaking to the two guardians of Zoroastrianism as equals. With his current strength, he was indeed qualified to speak to the guardians of Zoroastrianism as equals. Qing, whose expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's casual words. He could overlook Duan Lingtian's rudeness, but it did not mean the other two guardians could do the same. As expected, both Guardian Zifeng and Guardian Hongyan's expressions darkened when they heard Duan Lingtian's rudeness. Protector Hongyan, in particular, was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from her face. As the guardians of Zoroastrianism, their positions in Zoroastrianism were second only to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Usually, even the two vice-sect leaders of Zoroastrianism would treat them with respect. Not to mention the other Golden Flame Elders, Silver Flame Elders, and even Bronze Flame Elders. However, today, a true disciple of Zoroastrianism had spoken to them so casually without any respect. It was as though he was not facing the guardians of Zoroastrianism, but a true disciple like him. How could the two guardians of Zoroastrianism, who were usually high and mighty, not be angry? How dare you? Guardian Hongyan shouted suddenly. Her expression darkened as she glared at Duan Lingtian. She asked coldly, "You're Duan Lingtian, right?" Do you know who you're talking to?" Guardian Hongyan's voice became colder as she spoke. It was as though her voice came from an extremely cold ice cave. How dare you act so arrogantly and disrespect your elders just because of your innate talent? Didn't your sectless master teach you manners? Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Guardian Hong Yin spoke again. Her voice was as cold as before. Guardian Zi Feng looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. From the beginning until the end, he did not say anything. This was because Guardian Hong Yin had already said what he wanted to say. Duan Lingtian, hurry up and apologize to the two guardians. Qing Hua reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission when he recalled his direct disciple, Gan Ruyen, had asked him to take care of Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Qing Hua's voice transmission. He continued to look at Guardian Hong Yin fearlessly. Did I get the wrong person? You're not Guardian Hong Yin? Duan Lingtian's tone was as calm as before. It was as though he did not notice Guardian Hong Yin's anger. He was like a hothead. You! Qing Hua's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so stubborn after he heard his voice transmission. He decided to ignore Duan Lingtian. Ru Yen, it's not that I've let you down, but Duan Lingtian is too arrogant. It's not a bad thing to let him suffer today. In Qing Hua's opinion, Duan Lingtian was different. It was as though Duan Lingtian was a completely different person compared to the Duan Lingtian in the past. In the past, although Duan Lingtian was also arrogant and unruly, he was definitely not as arrogant and conceited as he was now. He knew no matter how angry Guardian Hong Yin was, she would not kill Duan Lingtian and ruin the plan of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Chapter 2176. Ever since I, Hong Yin, have broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and became a guardian of Zoroastrianism, this is my first time seeing such an arrogant and conceited disciple of Zoroastrianism like you. Guardian Hong Yin's expression darkened when she saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of admitting his mistake. Her voice turned colder as well. Her voice was so cold it seemed as though it could freeze 10,000 miles. I won't kill you today out of respect for the sect leader. However, I'll teach you how to behave and how to respect your elders. Protector Hong Yin no longer held back her anger as she spoke. The moment her words left her mouth, she did not seem to have made any movements, but an invisible energy swept out from her body. It was as though it had transformed into a roaring dragon that charged towards Duan Lingtian. The invisible energy was vast and majestic. Although it was not as powerful as Hong Yin's full strength, it was enough to send an ordinary cultivator below the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage flying if he was caught off guard. Even a cultivator at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be injured if he was not prepared. The saint origin in Hong Yin's body roared and transformed into an invisible energy that surged out. She seemed to have seen Duan Lingtian being sent, flying by her attack. At this moment, even Zi Feng and Qing Hu did not think it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to withstand Hong Yin's attack. However, would the outcome be as they had expected? Swoosh! The invisible energy that surged out of Guardian Hong Yin's body was only a few feet away from Duan Lingtian. It was about to hit Duan Lingtian. All of a sudden, humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Similarly, he did not make any move, but an invisible energy surged out of his body and collided with the invisible energy that surged out of Guardian Hong Yin's body. Boom! Along with a loud bang, a deafening sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. Waves of majestic airwaves swept out and set off gusts of strong wind, causing Duan Lingtian and Hong Yin's robes to flutter noisily. The red, cloaked guardian stood in place, not moving an inch. Duan Lingtian was the same. In an instant, a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. How is this possible? When Qing Hu regained his senses, he could not help but reveal a shocked expression. He would never have thought that Duan Lingtian was actually able to neutralize the attack of Hong Yin Protector. One had to know that this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Perhaps only a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would be able to do this. Even Protector Z Feng couldn't help but reveal some surprise in his eyes. Protector Qing, who was not the only one who was shocked by the scene before him. Even he himself was shocked. Of course, the person who was most shocked was neither Qing Hua nor Z Feng. Instead, it was Protector Hong Yin. I underestimated you. Protector Hong Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. She stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "No wonder you are so arrogant. So you have something to rely on." She paused for a moment when she reached the end of her sentence. After a while, Protector Hong Yin's words suddenly changed. "However, I'll let you know that you can't be so arrogant and disrespectful just because you have some strength." As soon as Hong Yin finished speaking, her red robe fluttered in the air. Whoosh! She seemed to have transformed into a red bolt of lightning as she charged toward Duan Lingtian. She looked as though she would not let this matter rest until she taught him a lesson. As a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, although Hong Yin did not unleash her full strength when she attacked, it still pressured Duan Lingtian. Protector Hong Yin, unleash your full strength. As Hong Yin charged toward Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian reminded her to unleash her full strength. How arrogant! Hong Yin, who was halfway to Duan Lingtian, was furious when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. A layer of frost appeared on her beautiful face, at the same time that her delicate body trembled slightly from anger. Waves of increasingly majestic and vast aura also spread out from her body. It was like a stormy sea, wave after wave, as if it would never stop. Qing shook his head. Although Duan Lingtian had managed to disperse the invisible energy that swept out from Protector Hong Yin's body, Qing did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Protector Hong Yin. Protector Hong Yin was his junior sister, so he knew very well how strong she was. Hong Yin, the protector of Zoroastrianism, was a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was ranked 16th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Of course, Hong Yin's ranking on the Supreme Saint leaderboard had not been so high 3 years ago. 3 years ago, many powerhouses at or above the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage had died in the pseudo-realm, left behind by the three eminent devils. Many of them were even stronger than Hong Yin. Due to this reason, the Supreme Saint ranking was reshuffled. Many people who were originally at the bottom of the ranking jumped up a few ranks. It was the same for Hong Yin. Elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian did not continue to warn Hong Yin. Instead, he cast his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, when he saw Hong Yin did not intend to unleash her full strength even after hearing his warning. As soon as the elementary devouring tactic was cast, it caused ripples to appear in the space where Duan Lingtian was standing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a flash of lightning, the wave-like ripples twisted into a turbulent whirlpool. Waves of devouring force swept out from within, as though it could devour everything. In just a blink of an eye, all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area around Duan Lingtian was devoured by Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Sun Saint origin in Duan Lingtian's body soared until it reached its limit before it stopped. Whoosh! Even so, the Sun Saint origin in his body still emitted a powerful aura. Hong Yin's expression changed when she sensed the powerful aura. Her eyes widened. Seventh form of the Saint celestial stage? She could clearly sense it. After Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability, the Saint origin in his body had risen to the seventh form of the Saint celestial stage. Moreover, it was not as simple as an ordinary powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint celestial stage. Although Duan Lingtian's Saint origin was not as strong as a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint celestial stage, it was not much weaker. At the very least, before she cast her assist-type divine ability, her saint origin was not as strong as Duan Lingtian's saint origin. Good. Very good. At this moment, Hong Yun no longer said anything about Duan Lingtian's arrogance. After all, based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed so far, he was qualified to speak to them as equals. In this case, Duan Lingtian's previous actions could not be considered as arrogant and conceited. Disrespectful? Hong Yun and the other two guardians of the Zoroastrianism only had a higher status compared to Duan Lingtian. The reason they addressed themselves as seniors was because they were stronger than Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had displayed strength that was not inferior to theirs, it was naturally inappropriate for them to address themselves as seniors. Disrespectful? Based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed so far, they did not think he was disrespectful. After all, he had treated them as equals from the beginning until the end. The reason why they thought Duan Lingtian was disrespectful was because Duan Lingtian was far weaker than them. However, even so, after seeing Duan Lingtian's powerful strength, Hong Yun had no intention of backing down. In fact, she was even a little excited. Hua! In an instant, Hong Yun did not dare to be careless. She immediately cast her assist-type divine ability and increased her saint origin chi. In the end, her saint origin chi was no weaker than Duan Lingtian's. How is this possible? Qing Hua and Zi Feng came back to their senses and looked at each other. They could see the horror and disbelief in each other's eyes. What protector Hong Yun could discover, they could also discover. Because of this, they were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Now it seems that the Golden Lion King Siakongsen, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, might really be killed by him. Qing Hua said to Zi Feng through voice transmission, "If he really killed Siakongsen with 3 strikes, I'm afraid Hong Yun is no match for him." Zi Feng replied through voice transmission with a solemn expression on his face. "That's right." Qing Hua smiled wryly. While Protector Qing Hua and Protector Zi Feng were communicating via voice transmission. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Hong Yun had already begun to fight. In the beginning, both of them did not use any martial tactics or offensive or defensive divine abilities. They only used their strength to fight. Boom! 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 2 forces that were comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage collided again and again, causing the void to tremble as a gust of wind swept out. It was earth-shattering. After a series of exchanges, both of them were evenly matched. How's this possible? At some point, the patrolling elder who had left earlier had returned. He had only returned when he heard the commotion. Who would have thought he would witness an unforgettable scene as soon as he returned? Duan Lingtian, a true disciple of the Zoroastrianism sect, was fighting Hong Yun, one of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. They were evenly matched. Guardian Hong Yun is a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She's ranked 16th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Lingtian is actually evenly matched with her. At this moment, the patrolling elder could not help but wonder if he was dreaming. However, the reality before his eyes seemed to be telling him that this was not a dream. Everything in front of him was not a dream. It was real. Is it true that Duan Lingtian killed Siakongsen, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect? Chapter 2177. After a few rounds of probing, Hong Yun took out her weapon. It was a crimson whip. Whoosh! 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 The long whip danced in the air like a ferocious crimson snake. It gave off an inexplicable pressure. Hong Yun channeled the saint origin in her body into the red whip in her hand. Whoosh! A terrifying aura surged out of the red whip. It was as though the crimson snake was unleashing its might. It was obvious the whip in Hong Yun's hand was not an ordinary saint weapon. 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Ling Tian could tell it was 1,000 inscription saint weapon when he sensed the terrifying aura from the long whip in Hong Yun's hand. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand as well. Naturally, this sword was not the Jasper celestial sword. It was 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. He had obtained the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword from the Ground Axe Alliance when he had just arrived in Sin City 3 years ago. Coincidentally, he had bumped into the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. If he had come to Sin City at any other time, even if it was just 15 minutes later, he would not have encountered such a good thing. It could be said that he was fated to obtain this 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Moreover, when Duan Ling Tian first obtained the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, he had to carefully hide it so no one would discover it. However, now that he had obtained it, he was qualified to possess it. The qualifications referred to the strength that allowed him to protect the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, those who were weaker than him would not dare to provoke him, let alone snatch the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword from him. Those who were stronger than him had 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Naturally, they would not covet the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword in his hand. When the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand, Duan Ling Tian's aura changed drastically. It was as though he was a completely different person. With this sword in hand, the world was mine. There was nothing more than this. The moment he took out the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword, Duan Ling Tian poured the boundless saint force of the sun into the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword without reservation. Whoosh! 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 The sound of sword whistling could be heard as the tip of the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword emitted dazzling sword rays that looked extremely dazzling. Duan Ling Tian, take this! Guardian Hong Yun cried out in a delicate voice. She held the long whip in her hand as she charged towards Duan Ling Tian in an imposing manner. The long whip in her hand seemed to have come alive at this moment. It looked more and more like a red-crimson drill snake. Protector Hong Yun now regarded Duan Ling Tian as her greatest enemy. She no longer dared to regard Duan Ling Tian as a true disciple of Zoroastrianism. For this reason, she did not hold back at all when she made her move. It was as though she would not stop until she defeated Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! Protector Hong Yun moved like the wind. Because of her red robe, she looked like a fiery red meteor that lit up the entire sky. Buzz! As for the long whip in her hand, it was like a red snake that had been lying dormant for a long time. It was impossible to guard against it. It's time to end this. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes when he saw Protector Hong Yun charging towards him with the long whip in her hand. In the next moment, another wave of powerful aura surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a sword with an imposing aura that shot into the sky. It was as though he could penetrate and slash through everything. Imperial sword technique. With just a thought, the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand flew out of his hand as though it had been given life by Duan Ling Tian. Swoosh! As soon as the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand disappeared, the sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air. The sword ray appeared in front of Protector Hong Yun before she could reach Duan Ling Tian. To be more precise, it was close to Hong Yun's hand that was holding the long whip. Sword chi surged as it shot out. Waves of extremely sharp aura shocked Protector Hong Yun so much that her body suddenly trembled. When she regained her senses, she discovered it was too late for her to block the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword that was moving at a speed that was beyond the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the blink of an eye, the Red Protector seemed to see the scene of his hand that was holding the long whip being crippled. Watch out! Zifeng and Qing, whose expressions changed when they regained their senses. They immediately rushed toward Protector Hong Yun in an attempt to save her. Unfortunately, they were too late. Even Protector Zifeng could not save Protector Hongyun in time. Be merciful when possible. At this critical moment, a majestic voice rang in the air as though it came from all directions. As soon as the voice rang in the air, both Protector Zifeng and Protector Qing Xian were pleasantly surprised. It was as if they had found a life-saving straw in an instant. Naturally, it was not the straw that saved them. Clang! A deafening sound reverberated in the air as a translucent wall appeared between Protector Hongyun and the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword. It was this wall that blocked the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword. When the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword was about to run out of energy, the wall collapsed. At this moment, the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword no longer posed a threat to Protector Hongyun. For this reason, Duan Lingtian recalled the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword with just a thought. He did not allow it to continue attacking Protector Hongyun, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. At the same time, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something as he looked at the sky nearby. Over there, a figure gradually appeared. When the figure appeared, he revealed his true appearance. He was a tall and burly middle-aged man. He wore a long white robe that was embroidered with fiery red flames. His attire is similar to the attire of the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, it was only similar. This was because he noticed that the flames embroidered on the white robe of the middle-aged man was something he had never seen before in Zoroastrianism. It was as though it was one of a kind. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the flames on the white robe were similar to the flames. Flames were embroidered on his robe. From top to bottom, they seemed to form a long divine dragon that revolved around his body. It was as if a true dragon was protecting him. Moreover, although the man was tall and burly, his appearance was very proper. He did not look boorish at all. Regardless of whether it was her figure or her face, every part was just right, almost perfect. The space between his brows was filled with a sense of majesty, as if it could turn all living things upside down and make all living things submit to him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also guessed the other party's identity. The leader of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian. Are you finally willing to come out? Duan Lingtian stared at Tang Xian as he muttered to himself. Back when he was testing the waters with Protector Hongyun, and they were evenly matched, Protector Hongyun said, Hualao told him that there was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, lurking in the dark, spying on him. At that time, he knew who that person was. In the Zoroastrianism, only sect leader Tang Xian was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. There was no need for him to guess. In order to lure the other party out, Guardian Hongyun took out her 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon and was about to fight him. He also took out his 1,000 inscriptions saint sword and activated it with all his might. He also performed the sword wielding technique that was given to him by the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. He flew out with his sword as if he was going to cripple Hongyun. He had done this to force Tang Xian, who was hiding in the dark, to make a move. From the beginning until the end, although Guardian Hongyun had been rude to him, he knew it was only natural. After all, Guardian Hongyun did not know his current strength. Thinking about it, if he were Protector Hongyun, perhaps he would be even more impolite. For this reason, he did not intend to cripple Guardian Hongyun. He was prepared to recall the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword at any time. He would not allow the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword to cripple Guardian Hongyun. As it turned out, his plan worked. Tang Xian, the leader of Zoroastrianism, no longer hid in the dark. He walked out and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian stared at Tang Xian was also looking at him. Aren't you worried that if I didn't make a move, you wouldn't be able to retrieve your sword in time? After all, your sword's speed was not slow at all. However, I'm curious. How did you find out I was hiding in the dark? Tang Xian asked again when he reached the end of his sentence. Tang Xian's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears. shocking Duan Lingtian. He saw through me. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He felt naked in front of Tang Xian. It was as though there were no secrets in front of Tang Xian. At the same time, Protector Zi Feng, Protector Qinghua, and the surviving Protector Hongyan were stunned when they heard Tang Xian's words. I didn't expect you to see through me, sect leader. However, even if you didn't make a move earlier, nothing would have happened to Guardian Hongyan. As for how I found out you were hiding in the dark, it was just a coincidence. Duan Lingtian replied. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the three great guardians of Zoroastrianism were enlightened. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had only used his sword to force their sect leader to make a move. He did not intend to cripple anyone. You can control the sword as you please. Your attainments in the way of the sword are rarely seen in this world. Chapter 2178. Rarely seen in this world. This was Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, S evaluation of Duan Lingtian's attainment in the Sword Tao. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, he cultivated the supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was a Sword Tao ultimate technique that was superior to all other sword techniques in the mundane realm. Naturally, he was slightly surprised by Tang Xian's judgment. As expected of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, rarely seen in this world. At the same time, the three guardians of Zoroastrianism regained their senses. Their faces were filled with shock when they heard Tang Xian's words. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to say such words. They did not expect their sect leader of Zoroastrianism would use the words rarely seen in this world to praise Duan Lingtian's attainment in the Sword Tao. It should be noted that the words rarely seen in this world meant something else. Rarely seen in this world meant that it was rare in this world. However, when they recalled Duan Lingtian's brief sword strike, Zi Feng and Qinghua felt relieved, let alone their sect leader. Even they had never seen anyone who had cultivated the sword-wielding technique to such an extent. As for Hongyan, although she knew Duan Lingtian did not intend to cripple her hand that was holding the saint weapon, she could not help but shudder when she recalled the earlier scene. Fast! Too fast! The sword strike that was as swift as a ghost had arrived in front of her before she could even react. By the time she regained her senses, it was already too late for her to block the attack. If the sect leader did not make a move, and if Duan Lingtian did not intend to cripple her hand would have been in grave danger. Duan Lingtian, it seems like the rumors are true. With the strength you displayed earlier and your attainment in the Sword Tao, it won't be difficult for you to kill the Golden Lion King, Siekongsen, one of the four great Karmapa of Xuanzi Buddhism. Tang Xian looked at Duan Lingtian as though Duan Lingtian was a peerless treasure. In fact, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was indeed a peerless treasure. After all, Duan Lingtian was much stronger than Hongyan from Zoroastrianism. This could be seen from the battle earlier. If it was a battle to the death, Hongyan would have died in less than 10 moves. Yes, I killed Siekongsen. Duan Lingtian nodded. You really killed Siekongsen in 3 moves? Hongyan could not help but ask when Duan Lingtian admitted that he had killed Siekongsen. Her voice was filled with eagerness as though she wanted to know the answer to her question. Although Duan Lingtian's sword strike earlier had almost crippled one of her hands. However, that was because she was not prepared for Duan Lingtian's sword-wielding technique. Otherwise, she would not have been in such a sorry state. Naturally, although she was caught off guard, she was still aware that she was far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. She asked this question to confirm if Duan Lingtian had really killed Siekongsen with 3 moves. If it was true, it meant Duan Lingtian had not used his full strength when they fought earlier. After all, although she was stronger than Siekongsen, she was not much stronger. If I wanted to kill him from the beginning, one move would have been enough. Duan Ling Tian replied as he glanced at Hong Yun indifferently. You're right, Guardian Hong Yun. The entire place fell silent immediately. Duan Ling Tian's indifferent words reverberated in their ears, allowing them to deeply feel the strong confidence in Duan Ling Tian's words. It was a confidence that was beyond doubt. He killed Xie Kong Sun with one move? At that moment, Protector Zifeng, Protector Qinghua, and Protector Hong Yun all realized the same thing. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Among the three of them, only Zifeng was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Guardian Zifeng, if you were to fight Duan Lingtian, would you be confident? Protector Hong Yun secretly took in a breath of cold air. She looked at Protector Zifeng and asked through voice transmission, if he's really able to kill Xie Kong Sun with one move, I'm no match for him. Zifeng pondered for a moment before he replied through voice transmission, it seems like he hid a lot of his strength when he fought me. Guardian Hong Yun smiled wryly. Little did she know that Duan Lingtian's true strength came from the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, in his possession. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he was almost invincible against those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage once he wielded the Jasper celestial sword. Good, good. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, was the first one to regain his senses. He smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After so many years, we finally have a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in our Fire Worship Sect. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hong Yun no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. They could not help but feel excited when they heard Tang Xian's words. From today onward, Zoroastrianism would have a 4th powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. This was extremely significant to Zoroastrianism. Most importantly, they realized the new powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, or above, was not as simple as a mere powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. From today onward, you, Duan Lingtian, are the 4th guardian of Zoroastrianism, Guardian Lingtian. Tang Xian looked at Duan Lingtian and solemnly announced in front of the other 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism. Me, the guardian of Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Tang Xian's sudden announcement. He was stunned. Congratulations, Guardian Lingtian. Congratulations, Guardian Lingtian. As soon as Tang Xian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was still in a daze. Meanwhile, Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hong Yun congratulated Duan Lingtian from the bottom of their hearts. In this world where the strong were revered, strength was everything. Duan Lingtian's strength had also obtained their acknowledgement. Thank you, guardians. Duan Lingtian regained his senses and quickly thanked the 3 of them. At the same time, he felt as though he was in a dream. Did he really become a guardian of Zoroastrianism, just like that? When he thought about the days when he had just joined Zoroastrianism, it felt like a lifetime ago. The 3 guardians smiled in response to Duan Lingtian's gratitude. Then they tactfully bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Tang Xian before they took their leave. When they left, they were filled with a myriad of emotions. They felt as though the world had gone crazy. Not long ago, they had thought that Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary true disciple of Zoroastrianism. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had become someone who was on par with them. He was now the 4th guardian of Zoroastrianism, Lingtian. This was especially true for Qinghua. He was one of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism who had interacted with Duan Lingtian a long time ago. To think that I even wanted to take him as my disciple! When Qinghua recalled his naive actions in the past, he felt a burning sensation on his old face. He wished he could dig a hole and hide in it right now. After the three guardians left, Tang Xian raised his hand and pricked his finger. Whoosh! As a drop of blood rose into the air, Tang Xian swore on the lightning penalty, oath that he had promised to Duan Lingtian in the announcement he had made earlier. The lightning penalty oath was a promise that no one from Zoroastrianism would lay their hands on the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, in Duan Lingtian's possession. This was also a promise he had made earlier. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder resounded in the sky, bearing witness to Tang Xian's lightning penalty oath. Guardian Ling Tian, with your current strength, you're fully qualified to possess the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. However, since I've made a promise, I'll have to fulfill it. Tang Xian looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude. Guardian Ling Tian, weren't you curious earlier? How did I know you didn't really want to cripple Guardian Hongyan? Tang Xian asked. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. He was indeed curious about this. However, he did not voice his doubts out loud. That's because not only did your sword not have any killing intent, but it also did not have any hostility. This means your battle with Guardian Hongyan was more like a sparring session. Since it was a sparring session, it's only natural that you wouldn't cripple each other's limbs. Tang Xian explained with a smile. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. At the same time, he was shocked by how meticulous this sect leader of Zoroastrianism was. It seems like even though I've become a guardian of Zoroastrianism, I'll still have to come up with a plan if I want to rescue Kerr and her daughter. Otherwise, if Tang Xian finds out, not only will I be in danger, but Kerr and our daughter will also be in danger. Duan Lingtian became even more wary of Tang Xian when he saw how meticulous Tang Xian was. In his opinion, the only benefit of becoming a guardian of Zoroastrianism was that it would be much easier for him to move around in Zoroastrianism. What he was interested in was the many privileges a guardian of Zoroastrianism would have in Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, a guardian's position was extremely high. It was second only to the sect leader and above the vice sect leaders, Golden Flame Elders and Silver Flame Elders. Guardian Ling Tian. Tang Xian's expression suddenly turned solemn as he said to Duan Lingtian, in 3 days, I'll personally crown you in the central square of the Saint Island in front of all the elders and disciples in the Saint Land. At that time, everyone in the Zoroastrianism, the Western region, and the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land will know that there's a 4th guardian in Zoroastrianism. The guardian of Zoroastrianism is Duan Lingtian. He's also the #1 prodigy in Zoroastrianism and the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land. When Tang Xian reached the end of his sentence, he gave Duan Lingtian a very high evaluation. The #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In fact, previously there was only one #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land in the sectless cultivator world. That person was Pei Si Hai, the direct disciple of the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, Niao Wu Tian. Chapter 2179. Naturally, only the sectless cultivators acknowledged Pei Si Hai as the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land. The sects in the upper province, including Zoroastrianism, Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the Heaven Divination sect, did not acknowledge Pei Si Hai as the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land. This was because there was no evidence to prove Pei Si Hai was younger than 100 years old. However, Duan Lingtian was different. Everyone knew Duan Lingtian's age. This was because Duan Lingtian came from the Debussy subterranean. There were many legends about Duan Lingtian in the lower province. When they learned the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, had appeared in the lower province, many people from the major forces in the upper province and sectless cultivators in the upper province had left for the lower province. At the same time, they had also investigated Duan Lingtian. the owner of the Devil Seal tablet, including Duan Lingtian's age. Their investigation even traced back to the Mortal Continent and the 10 great dynasties at a remote corner of the Mortal Continent, and even the Darkstone Empire, Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Crimson Sky Kingdom, Swallow Mountain County, Aurora City, Fresh Breeze Town, and the Li Clan. Duan Lingtian was born in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. For this reason, it was easy to verify Duan Lingtian's age. Not even 50 years old. Duan Lingtian is not even 50 years old. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, could not help but feel shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian and recalled the information he had obtained from the people he had sent to the lower province. Pei Si Hai was not even 50 years old, but his strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Put aside the fact that Pei Si Hai was not even 100 years old. Even if he was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. Pei Si Hai, a sectless cultivator who was not even 100 years old, had reached the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Sorry, our Zoroastrianism's guardian, Duan Lingtian, is a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage below the age of 50. Being less than 100 years old and being less than 50 years old were two completely different concepts. Sect leader, you flatter me. When Duan Lingtian heard Pei Si Hai praising him as the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land, he could not help but feel excited, even though he had been through a lot. The #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land. This was not a title that anyone could obtain. Only the most outstanding person in the Tao Martial Saint Land was qualified to be given this unique title. Because of this, even though Duan Lingtian's heart had been tempered thousands of times along the way, when he heard the title given to him by the hierarch of Zoroastrianism, it was difficult for him to maintain his composure. I'm not exaggerating. It's the truth. Tang Xian said with a smile. His eyes narrowed. The more he looked at Duan Lingtian, the more he liked him. Sect leader, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Tang Xian. After Tang Xian nodded in response, he descended from the sky and flew through the clouds toward the Saint Island. He did not forget the reason he returned to Zoroastrianism. He wanted to save Kerr and their daughter. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Kerr and their daughter were no longer in the enforcement hall on the Saint Island. Instead, they were in the cultivation place of Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Usually, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, would personally monitor them. Naturally, it was not strange that Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, there were only a handful of people in the fire worship sect who knew about this matter. Apart from the people involved, only the hall master of the enforcement hall and a few vice hall masters knew about this. It's a pity that the saint has been defiled by someone from the lower province. Once that person appears and learns about this, he'll definitely be furious. He might even vent his anger on me. The saint's past life doesn't seem to be as simple as that person's cousin. After Duan Lingtian left, Tang Xian muttered to himself. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. The person he was afraid of was the person he spoke of. If this didn't happen, I could have tried to introduce Duan Lingtian to that person. However, I can't even protect myself now, let alone introduce Duan Lingtian to that person. Tang Xian could not help but sigh when he thought of this. The fear in his eyes did not lessen at all. Tang Xian shook his head helplessly before he returned to his cultivation place. Fortunately, no one saw this. Otherwise, they would have been shocked. Who was this person who could make Tang Xian, who had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, so fearful? Earlier, when Duan Lingtian and Hongyan were fighting, the commotion was loud. Even Gan Ruyen, who was hiding in the residence of Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, heard the commotion clearly. There's no commotion. However, she discovered that there was no commotion at all. Young master, will he be all right? Kerr's beautiful face tensed up slightly. She was slightly worried. Ku had also heard the commotion from outside earlier. She vaguely guessed that it was most likely related to her young master. Hence, her heart was hanging in the air due to worry. Don't worry. Ganru Yin comforted her. The fact that the sect leader has personally asked him to come back shows how important he is. Even so, I'm sure he'll be fine. Although Ganru Yin said this, she secretly added another sentence in her heart. Naturally, this was under the premise that he did not reveal his identity. When the sect leader had found her and asked who her sister's man was, she had clearly sensed the anger in the sect leader's voice. If the sect leader found out that her sister's man was Duan Ling Tian, even if Duan Ling Tian did not die, he would at least be skinned alive, right? Yes. Naturally, Kerr was unaware of this. For this reason, she felt slightly relieved when Ganru Yin comforted her. Of course, her desire to reunite with the man she had chosen for her entire life was as strong as ever. She was not the only one who wanted to be reunited with her man. She wanted to reunite with her family as well. This was what she had been dreaming of all these years. When Duan Lingtian descended from the sky and entered the Saint Island, news of him returning to the Zoroastrianism, swaggering into the White Tiger Sanctum, and easily defeating Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, had spread from the White Tiger Sanctum to the four symbol sanctums. Whether it was the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, or the Black Turtle Sanctum, this news spread like wildfire. After a few years, Duan Lingtian has returned and easily defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum. Is this for real? Why does this sound a little exaggerated? I think it's a little exaggerated as well. The sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum is a Golden Flame elder of Zoroastrianism. Golden Flame elders of Zoroastrianism are powerhouses at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. If this is true, since Duan Lingtian can easily defeat a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, does this mean his strength is at least at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Or even stronger? Heavens! What did senior brother Duan Lingtian go through in these few years? He actually possesses such terrifying strength. A commotion broke out in the Azure Dragon Sanctum and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. The group of elders and disciples kept talking about Duan Lingtian. As for the Black Turtle Sanctum, it was even livelier. As expected of senior brother Duan Lingtian from our Black Turtle Sanctum, it has only been a few years, but he's already able to defeat a Golden Flame elder in our sanctum. Based on senior brother Duan Lingtian's progress, apart from Lord Sect Leader, no one in our Zoroastrianism will be able to defeat him in a few years' time. Amazing! Senior brother Duan Lingtian is really amazing. That's the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, but he actually defeated him with just a slap. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples learned that Duan Lingtian had returned and defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, they were extremely excited. It was as though the person who defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum was not Duan Lingtian, but them. It has only been a few years, and he has already grown so strong. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, Guoxiong, the enforcement elder who was close to Duan Lingtian, was stunned when he received the news. When he regained his senses, he could not help but sigh in shock. Do you think the news about Duan Lingtian killing the Golden Lion King, Siakong Sen, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, from Sin City in the central region, is true? At this moment, many people in the four symbols sanctums recalled the news that they had heard before. At that time, almost everyone thought that this was unrealistic, fake news. However, today, Duan Lingtian had returned to Zoroastrianism and defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, a powerhouse whose cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, with just a flip of his hand. I think the news might be true, someone said. I still don't think it's true. Although Duan Lingtian managed to defeat the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, It only means his strength is at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. However, not only is Xie Kongsen, the Golden Lion King from Zhuangzi Buddhism, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he's ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Many people said, in the end, most people did not think Duan Lingtian was strong enough to kill Xie Kongsen, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. They were certain the news was fake. The news of Duan Lingtian defeating the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum with just a flip of his hand swept through the 4 symbol sanctums and began to spread to the Saint Land. In the Saint Land, Duan Lingtian entered the Saint Island and immediately made his way to the enforcement hall. From the beginning until the end, he did not stop at all. Kerr, wait for me. Chapter 2180. Duan Lingtian had gone to the enforcement hall because of Kerr. To be more precise, it was for Kerr and their daughter. If he had the chance, he would immediately bring Kerr and their daughter out of the enforcement hall so they could leave Zoroastrianism and reunite with their family. Naturally, he did not think it was realistic. Put aside the fact that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, could extend his divine consciousness to monitor the enforcement hall at any time. Even if Tang Xian was not monitoring the enforcement hall, the people in the enforcement hall would be able to contact him immediately. Duan Lingtian knew his limits. If Tang Xian intervened, even if he managed to bring Kerr and their daughter out of the enforcement hall, they would not be able to leave Zoroastrianism. If Kerr and our daughter aren't in any danger for now, I can enter the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate and break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made his way to the enforcement hall, as long as my cultivation base breaks through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I won't be afraid of Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, with the help of the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence as he thought to himself. Currently, his cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the help of the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, if he unleashed his full strength, not many people below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land would be able to withstand a blow from him. If his cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his strength would be even more terrifying with the help of the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. At that time, even ordinary powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage might not be able to withstand a blow from him. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the enforcement hall. However, I'll have to find an excuse to come to the enforcement hall today. I can't let people know I'm here for Kerr and our daughter. Should I say I'm here for Gan Ruyen? That's a good idea. After all, I've come to look for her before. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to use Gan Ruyen as an excuse, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind, a better excuse. I almost forgot about him. If it's not for his help, I wouldn't have been able to leave the Zoroastrianisms. Since I'm Duan Lingtian have Duan Lingtians of Zoroastrian celestials. Not to Lingtian celestial Xian. Zan Xian to sect. It's Luan's the sect. As celestial. Duan celestial can celestial Tian. The person Duan Lingtian referred to was none other than Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. He was also the father of Dong Lin, the enforcement hall's elder, who had a conflict with Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had never met Dong Yuanjin before, Dong Yuanjin had tried to kill him time and time again. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had long regarded Dong Yuanjin as his mortal enemy. If he had the chance, he would not let Dong Yuanjin go. Golden Crow's wings. After entering the enforcement hall's area, Duan Lingtian did not wait for the enforcement hall's patrolling elder to react. He had already mobilized the Sun Saint origin in his body and cast his movement, divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. In just a blink of an eye, a pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Lingtian's back. From afar, it looked like two burning fireballs. After the wings took form, Duan Lingtian flapped his wings. Swoosh, 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 as a series of muffled noises reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian shot toward the depths of the enforcement hall like an arrow that had left its bow. His speed was not much slower than an ordinary powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Who's that? Who's that? When Duan Lingtian left like a gust of wind, a few patrolling elders arrived at the spot where Duan Lingtian had been. However, they did not discover anything. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the eastern side of the enforcement hall. This was also the forbidden area in the enforcement hall that was mentioned by others when he was on duty a few years ago. It was said that the hall master of the enforcement hall and a few vice hall masters of the enforcement hall usually cultivated in the forbidden area. The reason this place was called the forbidden area was because ordinary elders and disciples of the enforcement hall were restricted from entering and exiting this place. The enforcement hall had its own rules, and they were not allowed to enter this place for no reason. Naturally, there were exceptions. For example, the children and direct disciples of the hall master and vice hall masters of the enforcement hall could enter and leave the forbidden area freely. Nobody would say anything about their entry and exit. After entering the forbidden area of the enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian came to a halt. Dong Yuanjin, come out here. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he shouted. His voice contained rich Sun Saint origin. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice reverberated throughout the entire law enforcement hall's forbidden area. There was a quiet little valley in the forbidden area of the enforcement hall. The valley was filled with the fragrance of flowers and chirping birds. There was a waterfall in the north, and one could faintly hear the sound of water splashing from the waterfall. In the open space in front of the waterfall, there was a mansion. The mansion was surrounded by mountains and rivers. It looked very comfortable. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air, the silence in the small valley was broken. The people inside were shocked. Who's that? In the mansion in the small valley, the expression of the enforcement hall's elder, Dong Lin, changed drastically when he heard the explosive shouts from outside. He did not expect someone would be so bold as to ask his father, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, to get out of here. Moreover, he felt the voice was familiar. It was as though he had heard it before, but he could not recall where. At the same time, the people in the valley were also shocked. Who's that? How dare he cause trouble in the enforcement hall? Based on his voice, he must be Vice Hall Master Dong's enemy. However, Vice Hall Master Dong's enemy is really bold. How dare he trespass in the enforcement hall of Zoroastrianism and ask Vice Hall Master Dong to get out of here? I'd like to see who's here. The people who were shocked were either the other Vice Hall Masters of the enforcement hall, their children, or direct disciples. When they heard the provocative voice, they could not suppress their curiosity. One by one, they leaped into the air and flew toward the source of the voice. They wanted to see who dared to cause trouble in the enforcement hall of Zoroastrianism. After he shouted, Duan Lingtian stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He seemed to be waiting leisurely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air, figures began to fly over from all directions. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near Duan Lingtian and formed a circle around him. And these people were basically the children and direct disciples of some law enforcement hall's vice hall master. They came from the forbidden area of the enforcement hall under Duan Lingtian's feet. Why does this person look so familiar? Look at the exclusive uniform he's wearing. It's obvious he's a true disciple of our Zoroastrianism. However, since when did our fire worship sect have such a person as a true disciple? Not only did he trespass on our enforcement hall's forbidden area, but he even threatened to ask Vice Hall Master Dong to come out. Why do I find this true disciple so familiar? Don't you think so too? I have the same feeling. The more I look at him, the more familiar he looks. So I'm not alone. A group of people surrounded Duan Lingtian and pointed at Duan Lingtian. Many of them who found Duan Lingtian familiar frowned as though they were thinking hard about something. I remember now. All of a sudden, an exclamation rang in the air, startling the people in the surroundings. Immediately, the gazes of the surrounding people fell on the person who had cried out in alarm. The person who exclaimed was a young man. When he saw so many people looking at him, he did not wait for them to urge him to speak before he hastily said, "He's Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian." The moment the young man's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. After a long time, the group of people finally regained their senses. They shifted their attention from the young man to the true disciple of the Zoroastrianism who was hovering in the air, not far away. I remember now. He's Duan Lingtian. I've seen his portrait before. I remember now. He's indeed Duan Lingtian. I've seen his portrait 3 years ago, but I couldn't recall it earlier. Me too. It's really Duan Lingtian. He's back so soon? It's only been 3 days since the sect leader made the announcement, right? Soon after, the group of people who came to watch also recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has enmity with Vice Hall Master Dong? Many people could not help but have a puzzled expression on their faces when they recall Duan Lingtian's shout earlier. I'm not too sure about that. All I know is that Duan Lingtian and Vice Hall Master Dongsun, Donglin, had quite a conflict. Some of the people present on the scene knew what had happened. Duan Lingtian. All of a sudden, a furious shout resonated from below. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a figure rose into the air and appeared near Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. He stood in the air, facing off against Duan Lingtian. It's Elder Donglin. Someone recognized the person as soon as he appeared. Donglin was the son of Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. There was almost no one in the Enforcement Hall who did not know him. Duan Lingtian, don't think that just because Lord Sect Leader made the announcement that you're allowed to return, it's equivalent to obtaining a death exemption token. Chapter 2181. Donglin could be considered as an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. It was also because of Donglin that the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Dong Yuanjin, viewed Duan Lingtian as a thorn in his side. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Death exemption golden medallion. Upon hearing Donglin's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but glance at Donglin for a moment. The corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. I'm sorry, I don't know about others, but Duan Lingtian, really don't need that thing in front of you. Donglin. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. Then, everyone's eyes fell on Donglin in unison. After all, Duan Lingtian's words were obviously provoking Donglin. Of course, they also knew that Duan Lingtian really did not need the death exemption golden medallion in front of Donglin because once they fought, Donglin was no match for Duan Lingtian at all. The two of them were on completely different levels. This was a foregone conclusion a few years ago. Based on the comparison of their talents, it was difficult to change this fact. Donglin was infuriated when he heard Duan Lingtian's provocative words. However, he did not know what to say in response. This was because what Duan Lingtian said was the truth. Even if Duan Lingtian did not have the death exemption golden medallion, there was no need to fear him because he was no match for Duan Lingtian at all. However, even if this was the truth, he still could not help but feel furious when Duan Lingtian used this to provoke him. Just as many people were looking at Donglin mockingly, causing him to feel ashamed of himself, a voice suddenly rang out. A thunderous voice rang out at the right time. You, Duan Lingtian, don't need the death exemption golden medallion in front of him. What about me? Accompanying this voice was a middle-aged man who stepped into the air and appeared in front of Dong Lin in the blink of an eye, protecting Dong Lin behind him. It was this middle-aged man who had said those words. The middle-aged man had a sturdy build. He stood in front of Dong Lin like an iron tower, majestic and domineering. Whoosh! When the middle-aged man appeared, it was as if a gust of wind had blown past him. At the same time, an old man in plain clothes appeared beside Dong Lin. He stood silently behind the middle-aged man like a servant. It's Vice Hall Master Dong. It's said that Elder Yang is a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, who's on par with Vice Hall Master Dong. I also heard my master mention this Elder Yang. He said that this Elder Yang's strength is not below his. Your teacher is Vice Hall Master Jiang? Yes. When the middle-aged man and the old man behind him appeared one after another, the crowd couldn't help but whisper to each other. As they spoke, their identities were exposed. Dong Yuanjin? When Duan Lingtian heard the crowd's whispers, he looked at the middle-aged man coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, as though it could tear anything apart. All this while he had always followed the principle of not offending others if they didn't offend him. Putting everything else aside, he had a clear conscience about what he had done to Dong Yuanjin's son, Dong Lin. However, Dong Yuanjin had tried to kill him just to stand up for Dong Lin. How could Dong Lin tolerate this? Duan Lingtian, you're the boldest true disciple I've ever seen in the history of Zoroastrianism. Although this was Dong Yuanjin's first time meeting Duan Lingtian, it did not affect his hostility toward Duan Lingtian. You're just a true disciple. Not only did you trespass in the enforcement hall, but you even trespassed in the enforcement hall's forbidden area. After trespassing in the enforcement hall's forbidden area, you even dared to shout at me, the Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall, to come out. Dong Yuanjin emphasized the word scram as he spoke. Although Dong Yuanjin had a calm expression on his face, the crowd could clearly sense the murderous intent that was emanating from his body. It was a murderous intent that was born from extreme anger. They knew that the Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall was truly enraged. In the history of Zoroastrianism, I don't think there's ever been a true disciple as bold as Duan Lingtian. Not only has there never been a true disciple like him in the history of Zoroastrianism, but I don't think there's a true disciple like him in the history of the other two great sects either. I really don't know where Duan Lingtian got his courage from. Not only did he trespass in the enforcement hall's forbidden area, but he even dared to shout at Vice Hall Master Dong to come out. Doesn't he know that his crimes are enough for the enforcement hall to punish him for multiple crimes? Even if Duan Lingtian was personally invited back by the sect leader with all the crimes he has committed, even if he doesn't die this time, I'm afraid he'll lose a layer of skin. I really don't know what he's thinking. The crowd exclaimed at Duan Lingtian's boldness. At the same time, they felt that Duan Lingtian was going to be unlucky. You flatter me. Hearing Dong Yuanjin's sarcastic words, Duan Lingtian replied calmly. His response immediately infuriated Dong Yuanjin, and his eyes revealed a ghastly killing intent, as if he was about to devour Dong Yuanjin. You flatter him? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian can't tell Vice Hall Master Dong is mocking him. I think he's doing it on purpose. Duan Lingtian's reply caused an uproar among the crowd. They didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so stubborn at this time. Doesn't he know that he's in big trouble? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Dong Yuanjin was so angry that he started laughing. He laughed for a while before he finally stopped. After he stopped laughing, he looked at Duan Lingtian with an even colder gaze. Duan Lingtian, believe it or not, even if the sect leader personally invited you back, I can still send you to the enforcement hall's punishment hall today. You'll suffer all kinds of torture and suffer a fate worse than death. As he spoke, Dong Yuanjin's voice became extremely cold. When the surrounding crowd heard his words, They felt as if the surrounding temperature had dropped by a few degrees. From this, they could sense Dong Yuan Jin's anger. Everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian, waiting to see how Duan Lingtian would respond to Dong Yuan Jin. "I'm sorry, I don't believe you." Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian shrugged nonchalantly. His tone was as indifferent as before. Dong Yuan Jin's face twisted in anger. Duan Lingtian continued, "I remember you asked me something earlier. Now I can give you an answer. I'm sorry, but I don't need the death exemption token in front of your son, Dong Lin. I don't even need it in front of you, Dong Yuan Jin. You want me, Duan Lingtian, to be afraid of your threats? I'm sorry, I don't know about others, but you, Dong Yuan Jin, are not qualified to do that." Duan Lingtian's words were not only rude, but he also fell out with Dong Yuan Jin. "You, Dong Yuan Jin, are not qualified to do that." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Only the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. The crowd was obviously stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. The onlookers were not the only ones who were stunned. Even the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, Dong Yuan Jin, his son, Dong Lin, and the old man behind him were completely stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. They would never have dreamed that Duan Lingtian would be so arrogant. They could not believe that Duan Lingtian would be so arrogant. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. After a while, many of the onlookers regained their senses and spoke in unison. They all felt that Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. "Duan Lingtian, you're courting death." Dong Lin shouted coldly after he regained his senses. His eyes were fierce. Although Dong Yuan Jin did not say anything, his eyes turned cold in an instant, and his body emitted a bone-chilling aura. It was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze water into ice, just as the atmosphere became so tense that it could explode at any time. "Those who humiliate my master die." As the old man shouted angrily, the old man behind Dong Yuan Jin disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was charging toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. Boom! 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 A thunderous voice rang in the air as the old man attacked Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. He did not hold back at all when he attacked Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he attacked Duan Lingtian as soon as he attacked Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He did not seem to be afraid of Duan Lingtian because the leader of Zoroastrianism had personally invited him back. "I'm sorry. If that's all you have, I'm afraid it's not enough to kill me." Duan Lingtian's calm voice rang out again. Even in the face of the old man's storm-like attacks, his body was still as immovable as a mountain. When the crowd heard Duan Lingtian's calm words, before they could react, they saw Duan Lingtian suddenly raise his right hand and clenched it into a fist before he vanished into thin air before their eyes. Bang! When Duan Lingtian's fist disappeared before their eyes, a thunderous sound rang in their ears. In the next moment, they were shocked to see Duan Lingtian's old man. Elder Yang, the old servant next to Dong Yuan Jin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was not much weaker than Dong Yuan Jin. Chapter 2182. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the old man who charged toward Duan Lingtian with lightning speed suddenly exploded into a mist of blood before he could even get close to Duan Lingtian. Bang! At the same time, a thunderous explosion rang in their ears, causing their eardrums to vibrate. The speed of sound was slower than the speed of light, after all. For this reason, they saw the old man being killed before they heard the explosion. Gasp! 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 After a moment of silence, the sound of rapid inhalation of cold air rang out in a timely manner. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, many pairs of eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of shock and disbelief in the depths of their eyes. They knew very well who the old man was. He was the old servant of Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. His cultivation base was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked in the top 100 on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, such a person was killed by Duan Lingtian with just a punch. What did this mean? This meant that a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. No, no, no. Impossible, impossible. A trembling voice that was filled with shock and disbelief resonated in the air. It was none other than Elder Dong Lin from the enforcement hall, who was stunned for a moment when he saw Duan Lingtian killing the old man with just one punch. When he came back to his senses, he even felt that he was dreaming. He hurriedly reached out and pinched his thigh, then raised his hand and slapped himself in the face with a paw sound. Whether it was the pain in his leg or the pain in his face, they were clearly and mercilessly telling him the truth. He was not dreaming. Everything he saw just now was real. Duan Lingtian had indeed killed Elder Yang, who was not much weaker than his father, with just a punch. Dong Lin's voice was trembling when he spoke. Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, no longer had a cold expression on his face. It was replaced with an expression of shock and disbelief. The scene from just now constantly assaulted his eyeballs, his heart, and his soul. This was his first time feeling so shocked. He killed Elder Yang with just a punch. I'm afraid even a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to do that. Dong Yuanjin's body began to tremble when he thought of this. At the same time, fear began to rise in his heart. Once it rose, it could no longer be suppressed. Moreover, it rapidly spread, and in the end it even affected his soul, causing his soul to tremble. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, apart from the shock and disbelief in his eyes, there was also a hint of dread and fear in them. The strength Duan Lingtian revealed caused him to be terrified, and it was even to the extent that he did not have the slightest intention to go against Duan Lingtian. He was too strong. Duan Lingtian's strength was too strong. Once upon a time, in his eyes, the Duan Lingtian was just a lowly existence that could be trampled upon by him. He didn't even need to personally make a move to toy with the Duan Lingtian and even kill the Duan Lingtian. But today, after a few years, the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed made him realize that Duan Lingtian's strength was far from enough. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. The current Duan Lingtian was no longer the Duan Lingtian of a few years ago. Duan Lingtian now had the strength to easily crush Dong Yuanjin. No matter how unwilling he was to accept this reality, he had no choice but to accept it. Because this was reality, a reality that could not be changed. A trace of regret spread in his heart. Of course, it was not that he regretted offending the Duan Lingtian, but that he regretted not killing the Duan Lingtian himself earlier. In his opinion, this was not the case. If he had personally killed the Duan Lingtian a few years ago, it would have been impossible for the Duan Lingtian to leave the Zoroastrianism alive. How terrifying! How terrifying! Yes, how terrifying! He killed a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage with just one punch. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage might not be so strong, right? In the Zoroastrianism, I'm afraid only Lord Hallmaster of the Enforcement Hall would be able to kill Elder Yang with just one punch, right? Doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian's strength is not inferior to Lord Hallmaster of the Enforcement Hall? Although it's still hard to believe, it seems to be the truth. The onlookers could not help but sigh when they regained their senses. Their voices were filled with shock. Just now, the sudden change in the situation before their eyes had left them a little dazed. Initially, they did not think highly of Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, his strength was beyond their imagination. He killed the old servant by Dong Yuanjin's side with just a punch. Moreover, the old servant was not an ordinary servant. He was a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he wanted to, he could become a golden flame elder in the Zoroastrianism. Most importantly, Dong Yuanjin was not weak at all. The old servant next to Dong Yuanjin was not much weaker than him. Since Duan Lingtian could kill the old servant with just one punch, it meant he could kill Dong Yuanjin with just one punch as well. Naturally, even if he could not kill Dong Yuanjin with just one punch, what about 2 punches? 3 punches? Why are there so many people here? Just as the atmosphere of the scene had once again become strangely silent, a cry of surprise was heard. It was somewhat late, but it still broke the silent atmosphere of the scene. Accompanying him was a swift figure. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the group of people. Vice Hall Master Jiang. Everyone present on the scene recognized the person. He was none other than the other Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Jiang Qin. Vice Hall Master Jiang? When Duan Ling Tian heard the whispers in the crowd, he shifted his gaze from the Dong father and son to the person who had just arrived. He asked coldly, "Are you Jiang Qin, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall?" Jiang Qin was the person who had sent his wife and daughter to the Enforcement Hall. A few years ago, when he was on duty in the Enforcement Hall, he had only heard of Jiang Qin, but he had never seen him before. However, he knew Jiang Qin. Among the Vice Hall Masters in the Enforcement Hall, only one of them had the surname Jiang. "You're—" Jiang Qin regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's cold voice. He turned to look at Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, he noticed that Duan Lingtian looked slightly familiar. When he recalled the news he had just heard, a thought flashed through his mind. The person in the portrait matched perfectly with the person in front of him. Duan Lingtian? Jiang Qin could not help but gasp when he recalled who the person in front of him was. He had just returned from outside, and he had heard about how Duan Lingtian had defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum with just a flip of his palm. He was deeply shocked by this. Although he had never met Duan Lingtian, he had heard of Duan Lingtian more than once. Now, after a few years, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism had become so powerful, even he couldn't help but feel shocked by this. Could it be that the news from the City of Sin is also true? Did the Golden Lion King, Siakong-sen, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, really die in the hands of Duan Lingtian? When he learned that Duan Lingtian had the strength to defeat the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum with just a flip of his palm, this thought had crossed his mind more than once. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he could no longer suppress it. Now he only needed to confirm it. "Duan Lingtian, what are you trying to do?" Suddenly, Jiang Qin noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually turned cold. Duan Lingtian raised his right hand and emitted a cold aura. His saint origin gathered in his right hand in the blink of an eye. This cold aura was directed at Jiang Qin. Almost as soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, the saint origin in his body surged as he prepared himself. Duan Lingtian's right hand suddenly pressed down. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. The Sun Saint origin in Duan Lingtian's right hand surged and transformed into a palm print that was as huge as a mountain before it slammed down on Jiang Qin. Wherever the palm print passed, the saint origin that had just risen in Jiang Qin's body was shattered. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated in the air as Jiang Qin was slammed down by Duan Lingtian's palm. He landed in the enforcement hall's forbidden area, causing the entire place to shake violently. When the gigantic palm print that was completely formed by Sun Saint origin dissipated, everyone present saw Jiang Qin being slammed into the ground by Duan Lingtian. His entire body was embedded in the ground. It was a comical and pathetic sight. The scene that the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum had experienced earlier was also repeated on Jiang Qin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. However, when everyone saw this scene, they were speechless. They only felt a chill run down their spines. This was especially true for Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. His eyes were wide open. As a vice hall master of the enforcement hall, he knew Jiang Qin's strength very well. Although Jiang Qin was not as strong as him, he was on par with old Yang, the old servant next to him. If Duan Lingtian was able to kill old Yang with a single punch because of luck, Dong Yuanjin found it difficult to think so now. Barf! Jiang Qin, who had climbed up from the human-shaped crater, spat out a large mouthful of black blood. He no longer looked as spirited as before. His face was covered in dirt, and he looked wretched. Duan Lingtian. Then he raised his head and glared at Duan Lingtian in the air. He growled, "What are you doing? This is the first time I, Jiang Qin, have seen you. Why did you hurt me?" At this moment, Jiang Qin's heart was at a loss, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 2183. Why did I hurt you? Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently before he said, unhurriedly, "It's nothing. I just don't like you." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Originally, when the group of people present on the scene saw Duan Lingtian had only spoken a few words to Jiang Qin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, before making a move on Jiang Qin, they thought Jiang Qin had offended Duan Lingtian in the past. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would attack Jiang Qin for such a reason. He attacked Vice Hall Master Jiang because he doesn't like him. Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too domineering? Even if he's domineering, he has the strength to back it up. I can see that with Duan Lingtian's current strength. I'm afraid Lord Hall Master is the only one in the enforcement hall who's capable of defeating him. Naturally, it's only a possibility. That's right. Up until now, the strength he has displayed is too terrifying. He killed a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a punch and suppressed another powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a flip of his palm. If there's anyone who's capable of this, I think it's Lord Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lord Sect Leader of the Zoroastrianism, and the 3 Lords Guardians. Me too. The crowd began to discuss among themselves again. Based on their words, they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. On the other side, originally, Jiang Qin was still wondering if he had unintentionally offended Duan Lingtian, and that was why Duan Lingtian attacked him without saying a word. If that was the case, he would accept it even if he was injured by Duan Lingtian. After all, he was the one who had offended Duan Lingtian first. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before his body trembled violently. He was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of dazzling blood. You! Jiang Qin was so angry that his body began to tremble violently. He pointed a trembling finger at Duan Lingtian and muttered to himself for a long time, but he did not manage to finish his sentence. What could he say? What should he say? Jiang Qin was completely confused. As for taking revenge, he did not have the guts to do so. What a joke! Retaliate? He would be asking for it. He had not killed Duan Lingtian. He had only heard that Duan Lingtian had defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum easily. Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian's attack earlier had made him realize how terrifying Duan Lingtian's strength was. I'm afraid even Lord Hall Master might not be as strong as him. Moreover, although he injured me, the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall is against the rules to a certain extent. He can ignore the rules with his current strength. Perhaps, even if he kills me today, nothing will happen to him. After all, not only is he a powerhouse whose strength is not inferior to our Law Enforcement Hall's Hall Master, he's also a martial arts genius who's not even 50 years old. Such a person means a lot to Zoroastrianism. Even if he kills all the Deputy Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall, the Hierarch and the Guardians might not blame him. As for the others, they don't have the right to blame him. Many thoughts flashed through Jiang Qin's mind in an instant. At this moment, the anger in his heart had completely vanished. This was because he knew that no matter how angry he was, it would be useless. He could not do anything to Duan Lingtian. What? Deputy Hall, Master Jiang, do you still have a problem with me? Duan Lingtian looked at Jiang Qin and asked calmly. Although his tone was calm, it was no different from a bolt from the blue in Jiang Qin's ears. Jiang Qin was so shocked that he immediately regained his senses. He quickly shook his head and said, "No, no." At this point, did he still dare to have an opinion? If he did, what if Duan Lingtian killed him in a fit of rage? A bad life is better than a good death. This was Jiang Qin's most direct thought. After his voice fell, Jiang Qin also found that the surrounding group of people looked at him with a somewhat strange gaze. For a moment, he felt extremely humiliated. However, he could only endure it silently. At this moment, Jiang Qin would never have dreamed that Duan Lingtian would be so ruthless. He did not think that Duan Lingtian was targeting him because he sent Duan Lingtian's wife and daughter to the law enforcement hall, causing them to be separated. If he had not acted according to the rules of Zoroastrianism and had no intention of targeting her and her daughter, he would not have survived. That's good. Duan Lingtian looked at Jiang Qin deeply before he turned his gaze back to Dong Yuanjin. He said calmly, "Deputy Hall Master Dong, now is the time to settle the matter between you and me." Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Suddenly, the group of people's eyes turned to Dong Yuanjin. From the roar that Duan Lingtian let out when he first arrived, they could tell that he was here for the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. "Duan Lingtian, don't be too arrogant." Before Dong Yuanjin could say anything, his son, Dong Lin, had already jumped out and growled, "Don't worry. Although I don't know how you managed to become so powerful in just a few years. Do you really think you can do whatever you want in the fire worship sect with just this little bit of strength? Let alone Zoroastrianism. Even the law enforcement hall isn't afraid of you. When Lord Lung Ying, the hall master of the law enforcement hall, arrives, you'll be in big trouble." When Dong Lin reached the end of his sentence, he brought up Lung Ying, the hall master of the law enforcement hall, in an attempt to intimidate Duan Lingtian. "The hall master of the law enforcement hall, Lung Ying?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Dong Lin's words. A glint flashed in his eyes. A few years ago, when he was on duty in the law enforcement hall, he had heard about Lung Ying, the hall master of the law enforcement hall. He knew Lung Ying was one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism. Lung Ying's cultivation base could break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage at any time. That's right. Lord Lung Ying is a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When Dong Lin saw Duan Lingtian narrowing his eyes, he thought Duan Lingtian was afraid. He calmed down immediately and said proudly, "You're right." "So what?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes as a sneer appeared on his face. "Put aside the fact that Lung Ying, the hall master of the law enforcement hall, isn't here. Even if he's here, I, Duan Lingtian, have nothing to fear. Even if he's here, he won't be able to change the fate of Dong Lin and his son." Dong Lin's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "You." Dong Yuanjin's eyes widened as his heart trembled. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was so strong that he could disregard the hall master of the law enforcement hall? Dong Yuanjin could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought about this. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian again and said in a deep voice, "Duan Lingtian, I remember that although there were some conflicts between you and my son back then, you didn't escalate the conflict. As for me, I never thought of standing up for him. Could it be that you've come here today to settle old scores? Are you here to escalate the conflict?" Many people were moved by Dong Yuanjin's words. Does that mean Duan Lingtian came to our law enforcement hall today because of the small conflict he had with Elder Dong Lin a few years ago? Isn't he making a mountain out of a molehill? It's just a small conflict. Is there a need to be so aggressive? I guess it's because he didn't have the strength to challenge Vice Hall Master Dong a few years ago, so he chose to hide it. Now that he has the strength to challenge Vice Hall Master Dong, it's only natural for him to show up. Humph. If Vice Hall Master Dong wanted to deal with him a few years ago, do you think he would still be alive? Vice Hall Master Dong must be regretting not dealing with him back then and leaving such a huge threat behind, right? After hearing Dong Yuanjin's words, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. They secretly criticized Duan Lingtian for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. They felt that Duan Lingtian was making a mountain out of a molehill and was unforgiving after gaining the upper hand. So what if someone like Duan Lingtian has a high innate talent? His strength may be very strong, but I don't agree with his conduct and character. He's gone too far. If Vice Hall Master Dong really wanted to kill him a few years ago, do you think he would still be alive? The crowd whispered among themselves, but they were all supporting Dong Yuanjin. This was enough to show that Dong Yuanjin's words were true. Dong Yuanjin's words had successfully changed the public's opinion. He portrayed himself as someone who did not get rid of Duan Lingtian and ended up being harmed instead. He portrayed Duan Lingtian as someone who did not know what was good for him and would repay evil with good. Duan Lingtian did not care about what others thought. Even so, he was still displeased to see the effect of Dong Yuanjin's words. Dong Yuanjin, I didn't expect you to still be struggling at this point. Duan Lingtian looked coldly at Dong Yuanjin and said mockingly, Since you're making yourself sound so pitiful, I'll give you a chance to live. If you grab hold of this chance, I won't kill you and your father today. If you don't blame me, Duan Lingtian, for being merciless. Duan Lingtian's words were loud and clear. What chance? Dong Yuanjin asked. He had a bad feeling about this. In the next moment, his bad feeling came true. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath in front of everyone that you didn't kill me when I was still practicing Zoroastrianism 3 years ago, I'll spare your life today. Chapter 2184. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath in front of everyone that you didn't kill me when I was still practicing Zoroastrianism 3 years ago, I'll spare both of your lives today. Duan Lingtian's words echoed in Dong Yuanjin's mind. Swear on the lightning penalty oath. 3 years ago, when Duan Lingtian was still in the fire worship sect, he did not order his men to kill Duan Lingtian. Dong Yuanjin's face turned green when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Swear on my ass. If he swore on the lightning penalty oath, would he not be killed by the lightning penalty? It was fine for him to lie in front of a group of people who did not know what was going on. However, he had to swear on the lightning penalty oath? That was no joke. Now, Dong Yuanjin felt like he had shot himself in the foot. He had said so much in the beginning because he wanted to stand on the moral high ground and arouse others' pity. However, Duan Lingtian had returned him to his original state with just a few words. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had mercilessly destroyed the lie that he had painstakingly made up. What? You don't dare to swear? Duan Lingtian did not intend to let Dong Yuanjin off so easily. He asked mockingly, Vice Hall Master Dong, are you feeling guilty? Naturally, Dong Yuanjin did not respond to Duan Lingtian's question. What could he say? That everything he had said earlier was a lie? That he had slandered Duan Lingtian? At the same time, Dong Yuanjin realized something. Duan Lingtian had come today to seek revenge. After all, Dong Yuanjin had tried his best to kill Duan Lingtian in the past. It was just that he did not make a move himself. Vice Hall Master Dong doesn't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath as Duan Lingtian has requested? Many people in the crowd were confused when they saw Dong Yuanjin keeping quiet. Didn't he say the conflict between Duan Lingtian and his son, Dong Lin, was only a small conflict? Didn't he say he had never thought of standing up for his son? Why is he afraid to swear on the lightning penalty oath at such a critical moment? More and more people were puzzled. Don't tell me you can't see it? He's just spouting nonsense. His purpose is to stand on the moral high ground and make us stand on his side. He wants to use our strength to condemn Duan Lingtian. Some people came back to their senses and became much more clear-headed. They voiced their own judgments. So that's how it is. To think I thought he was telling the truth. As it turns out, he's just using us. Vice Hall Master Dong, you are truly too much to deceive us like this. As it turns out, Vice Hall Master Dong once wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. No wonder Duan Lingtian barged into the enforcement hall and asked Vice Hall Master Dong to get his ass out here. Duan Lingtian's SSS. Duan Lingtian's T after all. He tried to kill me before. Seeing how Dong Yuanjin did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty, oath that Duan Lingtian had asked him to swear on, the people present on the scene realized they had been deceived by Dong Yuanjin. They immediately changed their stance and supported Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not care if these people supported him or not. Duan Lingtian had asked Dong Yuanjin to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Although he wanted Dong Yuanjin to reveal his true colors in front of everyone, he was more annoyed by Dong Yuanjin's moral high ground. He did not care about the feelings of the bystanders. Duan Lingtian, who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of my father swearing on the lightning penalty oath? At this moment, Dong Lin stepped forward and glared at Duan Lingtian as he said haughtily, "You're right." Dong Lin did not seem to understand the situation at all. Lin. Dong Yuanjin's expression changed drastically when Dong Lin stepped forward. He hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. His heartbeat quickened for no reason. This was because when Duan Lingtian asked him to swear on the lightning penalty oath, he could sense a hint of impatience in Duan Lingtian's calm voice. It was as though Duan Lingtian's patience had reached its limit. Noisy! As soon as Dong Lin finished speaking, Duan Lingtian frowned and said impatiently in a low voice, "Stop it!" Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand at Dong Lin as soon as he finished speaking. With a simple wave of Duan Lingtian's hand, a vast and majestic energy swept out like a raging WYRM toward Dong Lin at an exaggerated speed. Boom! 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 Wherever the flood dragon passed, thunderous sounds of air exploding could be heard. It was deafening. In just a blink of an eye, the flood dragon was already close to Dong Lin. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Dong Lin. No. Dong Yuanjin came to his senses and let out a sorrowful cry. Then he rushed out to rescue his son. However, when he was halfway there, the WYRM dragon had already swallowed Dong Lin in one gulp. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air, and a bloody mist filled the air. The flood dragon seemed to have eaten too much and exploded. It disappeared in just a blink of an eye. As for Dong Lin, he had completely disappeared. It was as though he had never existed in the first place. Gasp! 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 After a moment of silence, the sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the air again. It did not stop for a long time. With a wave of his hand, another person was killed. When the group of people looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only fear in their eyes. Fortunately, he didn't kill me. Jiang Qin, who was standing in the distance, saw Duan Lingtian killing Dong Lin without saying a word. When he recalled how Duan Lingtian had killed Dong Yuanjin's old servant, Elder Yang, he suddenly realized how lucky he was. Duan Lingtian was a god of death. Duan Ling Tian. Dong Yuanjin's eyes turned red when he saw his son being killed by Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. Killing intent surged out of his body as he said in a low voice, enunciating every syllable that came out of his mouth. His voice was incomparably cold, causing those who heard his voice to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. causing many of the spectators to shudder. Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Yuanjin, preparing to kill him. Swoosh, 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 accompanied by the sound of wind whistling and cranes shrieking. The people present on the scene could only feel a gust of swift wind coming from the depths of the forbidden area of the enforcement hall. It blew so hard that their robes fluttered. At the same time, a vast and majestic aura began to spread out. Most of the people present on the scene were familiar with this majestic aura. It's Lord Hall Master. Many people's eyes lit up. Lord Hall Master has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from being the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Jiang Qin was also at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, he could sense the change in Lung Ying's aura from the majestic aura. Compared to before, Lung Ying's aura had also risen by a level. Lung Ying was a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was only natural that his aura had risen to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Since Jiang Qin could confirm this, Dong Yuanjin, who was also the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall and stronger than Jiang Qin, naturally could sense this as well. Lord Hall Master. In an instant, Dong Yuanjin calmed down and suppressed the anger in his heart. With my strength, it's impossible for me to defeat Duan Lingtian. I can only rely on Lord Hall Master if I want to seek revenge. Dong Yuanjin thought to himself. When Dong Yuanjin sensed Lung Ying's cultivation base had risen to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he felt as though he was grasping at straws. Lord Hall Master, not only did Duan Lingtian trespass into the enforcement hall, but he even trespassed into the enforcement hall's forbidden area and killed an elder of the enforcement hall. Lord Hall Master, please uphold justice for the enforcement hall. Dong Yuanjin's shout also contained a rich amount of saint qi and spread far and wide. His voice not only spread through the enforcement hall's forbidden area, but it also spread through the entire enforcement hall. Duan Lingtian trespassed into the enforcement hall. Not only did he trespass into the enforcement hall, but he even trespassed into the enforcement hall's forbidden area. He even killed an elder of the enforcement hall. Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too bold? This voice sounds familiar. It sounds like Vice Hall Master Dong's voice. A commotion broke out in the enforcement hall. Although many of them wanted to go to the enforcement hall's forbidden area to join in the fun, they stopped when they thought about the strict rules in the enforcement hall. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian thinks the enforcement hall is the White Tiger Sanctum? Don't tell me he thinks our Lord Hall Master is as weak as the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum. That's possible. Humph. Lord Hall Master is not someone the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum can compare to. If Lord Hall Master makes a move, he'll be able to defeat the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum as well. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the enforcement hall. Based on the words of the enforcement hall's elders and disciples, it was obvious they were confident in their hall master. In the enforcement hall's forbidden area, do you think your hall master, Lung Ying, will be able to save your life? Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Yuanjin with a mocking smile on his face. If that's the case, I'll give you a chance. I won't kill you now. When Hall Master Lung Ying arrives, I'll kill you in front of him. He wanted Dong Yuanjin to know what despair was. Dong Yuanjin felt uneasy when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. How arrogant! As soon as Dong Yuanjin heard Duan Lingtian's words, a furious voice rang in the air from the forbidden area of the enforcement hall. Chapter 2185. How arrogant! At the same time, another figure appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. Although the figure was quite a distance away, Duan Lingtian could still tell it was an old man. In just a blink of an eye, the old man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. He glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. The old man looked very unkempt. His clothes were untidy, and he looked like an old beggar. However, when the old man who looked like an old beggar appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, everyone present on the scene was filled with respect. "Lord Hall Master!" Many Dao venerables cried out in unison. They clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian immediately recognized the unkempt old man. The old man was none other than the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lung Ying. "Congratulations, Lord Hall Master. You've successfully broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. From now on, you'll live as long as heaven and earth." Jiang Qin, one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall, took the initiative to congratulate Lung Ying. A hint of excitement could be heard in his voice when he congratulated Lung Ying. There was finally a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Enforcement Hall. "Congratulations, Lord Hall Master!" Dong Yuanjin, who was also a Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, and another Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall who had come early in the morning to watch the show, also congratulated Lung Ying after Jiang Qin spoke first. Since Jiang Qin had discovered that the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall had broken through to the 7th form, it was only natural that the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall had discovered it as well. The few Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall congratulated Lung Ying for breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. An uproar broke out among the people present on the scene. The Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. "Lord Hall Master has broken through?" Since the Vice Hall Masters have congratulated the Hall Master, this matter should be true. Lord Hall Master's breakthrough means there's a 5th powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Zoroastrianism. The Enforcement Hall finally has a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After whispering to each other for a while, the people present all congratulated the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Lung Ying, for making a breakthrough in his cultivation. The gazes with which the group looked at Lung Ying became even more respectful. A powerhouse whose cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, would not only possess extraordinary strength, but they would also have an endless lifespan. They would live as long as heaven and earth and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. Facing everyone's congratulations, Ice Hawk nodded and smiled in response. "Jiang Qin, why are you in such a sorry state?" Lung Ying asked with a frown when he saw Jiang Qin was in a wretched state. He was even more disheveled than him. Before Jiang Qin could reply, Dong Yuanjin had already said to Lung Ying, "Lord Hall Master, Vice Hall Master Jiang was injured by Duan Lingtian. Moreover, my son Dong Lin, an elder of the Enforcement Hall, was also killed by Duan Lingtian. He died without a complete corpse." Dong Yuanjin's tone was filled with endless anger as he spoke. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, as if they were filled with blood. Dong Lin was his only son. Dong Yuanjin had put in a lot of effort into Dong Lin. However, all his efforts were in vain because Dong Lin was killed by Duan Lingtian. To be able to injure Vice Hall Master Jiang to such a state, it seems like Duan Lingtian must have had a fortuitous encounter in recent years. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to become so strong in such a short time. Lung Ying thought to himself when he heard Dong Yuanjin's words, "You're the true disciple, Duan Lingtian." When Lung Ying's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian again, the smile on his face had disappeared. It was replaced by a cold expression as though he was unapproachable. "You're the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lung Ying." Duan Lingtian did not reply to Lung Ying's question. Instead, he mimicked Lung Ying's question. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lung Ying's expression darkened. "How dare you?" Dong Yuanjin, who was standing nearby, was the first to step forward. He glared at Duan Lingtian as he shouted, "Duan Lingtian, Do you really think you can do whatever you want in the enforcement hall just because you're stronger than Vice Hall Master Jiang? A true disciple like you has no right to be so presumptuous in front of the hall master of the enforcement hall, Lord Lung Ying. When Dong Yuan Jin saw Lung Ying, the uneasiness that rose in his heart because of Duan Lingtian disappeared. In his opinion, Lung Ying was not weak at all. With the current strength of the hall master of the enforcement hall, he could easily crush Duan Lingtian. Even though Dong Yuan Jin was shouting hysterically, he was ignored by Duan Lingtian. No matter how loudly he shouted, Duan Lingtian did not even look at him from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian, how dare you? Leng Ying's expression darkened when he heard Dong Yuan Jin's words. He said coldly to Duan Lingtian, according to the sect's rules, killing a fellow disciple is punishable by death. Duan Lingtian, since you've entered the enforcement hall today, don't even think about leaving alive. Leng Ying's words left no room for doubt. Based on his words, it was as though he intended to kill Duan Lingtian, Lord Hall Master. At this moment, the Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall looked at Leng Ying and reminded him, through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian was personally invited back by Lord Sect Leader 3 days ago. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to execute him before we obtain Lord Sect Leader's permission. Lord Sect Leader personally issued a declaration 3 days ago? What declaration? Leng Ying was unaware of this since he had been in closed-door cultivation recently. However, after the Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall explained through voice transmission, Leng Ying finally understood what had happened. He suddenly realized something. Indeed, it would not be appropriate for them to execute Duan Lingtian before they obtained Lord Sect Leader's permission from Zoroastrianism. Lord Sect Leader must have issued such a declaration because he wants to use the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in Duan Lingtian's possession when the Devil clans invade the Upper Province. If I execute Duan Lingtian, the Devil Seal Tablet that Duan Lingtian hid outside might be sealed. That would ruin Lord Sect Leader's plan. Leng Ying made up his mind when he thought of this. He could punish Duan Lingtian, but he could not execute Duan Lingtian. Hall Master Leng Ying, we'll have to see if you're capable of keeping me here. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly with a smile on his face when he heard Leng Ying's words. Based on his words, it was clear he did not take Leng Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, seriously. Leng Ying was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to speak to him in such a manner. He was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage now. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Dong Yuan Jin, the Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall, and said coldly, Dong Yuan Jin, I've already told you. Dong Yuan Jin, I told you just now that I'll kill you in front of Hall Master Leng Ying, whom you see as your savior. Before that happens, I'll show you what despair is. Duan Lingtian's voice turned colder and colder when he reached the end of his sentence. Lord Hallmaster, Duan Lingtian is too arrogant. First, he killed an elder of the enforcement hall, and now he wants to kill me, the Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall. Dong Yuan Jin's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he did not forget to look at Leng Ying and complain. Meanwhile, Leng Ying was also infuriated by Duan Lingtian's words. He was so angry that his body began to tremble violently. Arrogant, arrogant, Leng Ying muttered to himself. Then he glared at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, since Lord Sect Leader personally invited you back, I'll spare your life today. However, you won't be able to escape punishment even if you don't die. Today, you'll be punished by the enforcement hall. Elementary devouring tactic. As soon as Leng Ying spoke, Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring tactic and devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, his sun saint origin was raised to its limit. Swoosh! As soon as Lung Ying finished speaking, the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword that had appeared in his hand at some point left his hand. All that was left was the sound of the sword whistling in the air. The fleeting sword light swept across the sky like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Crack! Stop! A voice that sounded like something was being cut off rang in the air almost at the same time. The voice entered everyone's ears, causing their hearts to tremble involuntarily. When everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, they saw Dong Yuanjin's arm had been cut off. One of Dong Yuanjin's arms had been severed by Duan Lingtian's 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Blood was still spurting out of his severed arm. Duan Lingtian's sword was so fast that Lung Ying only managed to react when Dong Yuanjin's arm was cut off. Needless to say, the others were stunned as well. As for Dong Yuanjin, he was so stunned that he forgot about the pain in his arm. Lung Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and yet Duan Lingtian had cut off Dong Yuanjin's arm? Moreover, from the beginning until the end, Lung Ying seemed to be slow to react. Duan Lingtian's strength. Could it be that he's comparable to a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.